Hey, what's up and how's it going, Chris? And these gnats won't go away. I don't know why. My whole apartment is completely clean. There's no dirty dishes anywhere. Everything is completely spotless. I cleaned all of my drains. Everything in my bathroom's cleaned. There's no trash anywhere near my apartment. There's no trash in my apartment anywhere. And yet, they won't go away. I don't know why. I don't know what they want because there's no fruit laying out. There's no food sitting out anywhere. I've checked everything, and they still don't go away. So I don't know what the issue is. And then I'm having issues with YouTube, which is kind of being really dumb. And that it's showing that there's no thumbnail for the live stream. And then when I went to do the live stream, it wouldn't let me select the option to monetize. It kept automatically turning it off. And then it keeps showing that I don't have a live stream. And then when I go to edit the video to rename it or change its thumbnail, it says that the video doesn't exist, which makes no sense at all. So you would think that a company that big, that has that much income, with that many workers, would be able to like actually, fix a lot of this stuff, because I see video sites that are much smaller with a smaller team that is able to fix more of these errors and problems that come up than what goes on in this. So I don't know what the deal is or why. It doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah, it still shows that my live stream has no picture. I have no idea. I don't know what's wrong with it. It doesn't tell you. And then I've been having internet problems. I don't know what's going on. And this has been happening for like maybe a year. I'm having more problems with my internet disconnecting, and issues with it not streaming properly. So I would say in the past year I've noticed that they've raised the cost on everything. They've raised the cost on internet service. I mean, I've been paying the same amount, but they keep raising the cost on everything, but the quality and the convenience and the customer service keeps going down. Same with how YouTube has all these things and subscriptions that people can pay for, YouTube Red and all that stuff. They put all these things out there, the company makes more money off of, and yet the site gets worse, and that there's more errors, and that streaming doesn't work, and then internet cost goes up, they charge you more for it, and yet the quality goes down. Makes no sense. That's like if, let's say, you had a company and you're selling a product. Let's say you're selling cars, or you're selling food or retail or whatever. And let's say you start putting more money into producing a better product, and yet the product gets worse the more money you put into it. So you hire all these people to make everything better, and yet it only gets worse, and then you charge more to try to make up for the fact that they were doing everything wrong. I think it's what's happening with YouTube. I have no idea. Just sitting here drinking coffee, and I'm trying to figure out what the problem is. It coincidentally, I always have issues with my internet, with live streaming, with uploading videos or anything, when I'm actually doing something that I want to do. If I just randomly streamed at a time when I had no plans, no topic, nothing to talk about, no issues. Yeah, it still says that the picture that I'm uploading for the thumbnail doesn't exist, even though I've created a thumbnail, and it says my stream doesn't exist when I try to upload the thumbnail. Now, if the stream doesn't exist, then how is it that I'm streaming right now? It shows that I'm streaming. You're all here in the chat. So if my stream wasn't up, then that means you wouldn't be able to chat with me. So I don't know what the problem is. I think I need more coffee. Maybe that'll fix it if I reload the page 500 times. I gotta fix something here. Chat box. How do I change? I'm trying to fix the text on the chat because it was showing black font. I want the font to be that color. Let me try and type something up here. I think it's better. You might hear the air conditioner in the background, and you might see gnats flying around. They won't go away. My whole apartment's spotless. I don't know what they want. There's nothing in here. There's no fruit sitting out, no food sitting anywhere. Everything is clean. The only thing that is out that I have is this coffee, but they were flying around and being annoying and everything before I made my coffee. So I don't know what the problem is. It says here, I'm trying to fix a thumbnail, and it says, YouTube says, sorry, we're unable to save your video when I'm trying to upload a thumbnail for a live stream. It says my stream doesn't exist. Either I must be dreaming, because how can my stream not exist, but yet I'm chatting with all of you? That's YouTube for you. YouTube puts out more ads, does more advertising, puts out YouTube Red and all these other things, right? And they make everything more inconvenient, and then have more errors, and then nothing seems to work. So anyways, what are you all up to? I think today, I'm going to talk about whatever. I'm going to ramble on about anything that I can think to talk about. And then I'm going to kind of switch back and forth between drawing and talking about random stuff. So any questions you want to ask me, go ahead and ask. Let me know if the audio is good, if the background noise is too loud, because you probably hear the air conditioner back there. But I'm not turning the air conditioner off because it's too warm in here. Oh, I think I need more coffee though. I got up at about 6 o'clock this morning, and I was thinking about what am I gonna do today. Am I gonna draw? With streaming or without streaming? What am I going to do? I mean, I'm doing everything correctly. It's just YouTube doesn't want to work properly. It's kind of like, have you ever had the issue with your internet to where your internet's not working? And they'll ask you if your computer's plugged in? It's like, no, my computer's not plugged in. I'm outside. I'm not even in my house. And my internet isn't working. And the power's off. And my computer's unplugged. Like, why would you be asked that question? It's like if you call to get your car fixed, and you tell them, hey, my car's not running right, and it's like if they ask you, does it have wheels? No, it's sitting outside on blocks. I don't know why it won't drive anywhere. I'm surprised that I'm not sure if anybody else has this as far as people that are YouTubers or that stream, but like I've seen people that have channels that've got like, you know, multiple millions of subscribers, but they'll stream and there's only like 50 people watching. I'm not sure how or why that is. I mean, you would think that, like, I've seen some YouTubers that are artists, and let's say they've got, 500,000 followers, and they'll stream, and there's only like, 50 to 80 people on the stream, and yet the video will have like 30,000 views, and like they'll start streaming, and they'll only be streaming for like 10 minutes. And the video will have 30,000 views, yet there's only like 50 people watching it. Doesn't make any sense, because if it had 30,000 views, there would at least be 1,000 people viewing it. I mean, mathematically, that doesn't make any sense. So I don't know if YouTube's numbers are incorrect for like view count, or like when I look at my analytics, where it shows watch time and everything, because one thing that made no sense to me before was I would upload a video, and the video would have let's say maybe 10 to 15 comments, yet the video would show that I had 8 views. How could the video have only 8 views if there was over 10 comments from more than 10 different people? Like, say 15 people, different people commented, and yet the video had 8 views. I don't know. That it makes no sense to me at all. But yeah, that's some coffee grinds in the bottom here. I don't know how the coffee grinds get in here. Like my coffee filter, I even tried, like I've got one of those coffee filters that you put in there, like they're like $5 or something you can put in your, for when you make coffee. It's reusable, you just wash it out. I've used that and put one of those, the paper filters in that also, and yet somehow there's still coffee grinds that get into my coffee. I don't know why or how that is. It's all a mystery. I don't know if I'll ever be able to figure any of this out. If I can even talk properly today. Sometimes I go to talk, and it feels like my mind is 10 or 50 or 100 paragraphs ahead, and then I go to talk, I'm just like, maybe it's the caffeine. I don't know. Well, this happens even without caffeine. Yeah. Your item says the call is because notification goes to the subs. They click link and email, then leave stream. Okay. Does that apply for, like, let's say if somebody what was it? Like I was talking about earlier, when let's say there's a video on that I upload that would only have like 8 views, but it would have 15 comments from 15 different accounts. And I was like, wait a second, how can there be 15 comments from 15 different people, but it shows I only have 8 views? Or I've even seen videos before that would have let's say over 100 likes in the video, but it would show there's like 20 views and there'd be like 40 comments. So I think there must be something going on with like the what you call the cookies or the cache, the memory or something for the video, to where it's not showing the proper count. Then I've seen other times to where it'll show that there's a huge amount of views but a small amount of people watching. I think there's something wrong with maybe the way everything's syncing together. Just like right now I'm having issues with my video. I don't know if you can see it, but I've tried to go into incognito mode, but it keeps showing that my stream, that there's no picture, and when I try to upload or put a thumbnail on it, it says that the video does not exist. I was like, what is going on? Yeah, they might, I don't know. I'm gonna try to upload another thumbnail. Let's see if this works. Save. Here we go. It's loading. Some big coffee grinds in there. Yeah, could be. Here it goes again. It says, we had trouble saving your video. Retry in 5 seconds. So this is for my stream that still doesn't want to upload the thumbnail. So I don't know what people are seeing on their end of it. But, okay. Anyways, I realized that it's not going to work. It's not going to load. So I'm just going to start talking about random stuff, whatever comes to my mind. So for the stream today, as I said, I'm going to just ramble on, talk about random stuff. And then in intervals between my talking, I will do some doodling and drawing of stuff. I was doing yesterday, where is it? This is what I had so far. This is what I had done. Well, it's too bright. Wait a second. Can you even see that? On my screen, it's showing that it's like really bright. I don't know if you can see it at all. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can fix this. Settings, properties. No, I don't want to mess with that. I was going to change the brightness so you can see it better, but if I do, then it's going to reset. Like, it's going to mess up all the settings. But anyways, I was working on that yesterday, and I was using my 0.18 rotring, and this one, I don't know, like, it feels like it takes too long to draw stuff. But my 0.35 rotring, both of the nibs are having issues with working right now. They don't want to write, so I've been using the Staedtler 0.35 Marsmatic isograph. But I noticed that this one has a wider line width than the Rotring 0.35. So I think that a good size between the 0.18 and the 0.35 was maybe if I get a stated 0.25. Now I do have a Rotring 0.25, but it's having issues with writing or drawing. I clean them out really good. I use Rotring cleaning solution for this, and I take good care of them. I clean them often. I'm always putting new ink in them after I wash them all out, clean the reservoir. And when I draw with these, I actually only fill the reservoir like not even halfway. And the reason I do that is so the ink runs out faster, so I clean it more often, which means that there's a far less chance of it clogging up or the ink drying out. And I don't know, maybe I just do so much drawing with them that they just completely wear out. Because I do know they make, I forget the name of it, but it was a type of technical pen that had a different metal that the nib was made out of. So maybe it's just all the thousands of hours of drawing I'm doing with these that the nib just wears out. I have no idea. Let me see here. Okay. All system designed to maximize watch times to viewer and minimize upload times of low priority channels. Yeah, as far as the ads, like when I went to go to do this live stream, it showed on there that it was set for no ads, and there's different options for like I think there's like 4 or 5 different options you can pick for putting ads on a video for your streaming or upload, and one of them is non-skippable ads. Now I didn't have any of it selected, and the one where it said non-skippable was not checked, and when I went to go back to my video to edit the video, it kept coming up with a non-skippable ad. I'm like, what is going on? And then I kept trying to save it, and it wouldn't let me select the monetizing option. But I don't know if there's a point of me even really monetizing my channel right now. I mean, I've considered just turning it off, but it seems to just automatically put ads up anyways if I don't monetize. Like if I go to my YouTube channel to watch a video, there's still ads that come up even if I don't select to monetize the video. So it seems that it doesn't matter if you select to monetize or not. They put ads on the video anyways that you don't have any control of selecting. I mean, I don't make much from this. I think I make maybe between $20 to $30 a month. That's really it. Have I ever tried stencil ink? It comes in large bottles I found in a hardware store. I don't think... Let me look this up. You said stencil ink? I looked it up and it's showing ink for like tattoos and printers. And it's giving me all types of different results. Yeah, I mean, if I had no monetization, then, I mean, it's only like $28 or $30 I'm making a month, but at least that pays like, half of my internet bill. Because I think that, I think if I'm not sure if this is correct, I think it might be, but I know that if I do select monetization, it will probably play ads that are related to my content in a way, like stuff that's art related. I think that would be better than completely irrelevant ads. Like if you're watching, let's say you're watching something about, let's say hiking, and you would think that they would put ads on there that's related to that. I'll have to look into that more. It's been a while since I've really looked at anything when it comes to like the whole monetization ad stuff. I just know that when I reached, I think it was, they changed it right before I got to 1,000 subscribers. I'm trying to think how many. I was at like maybe 600, and they changed it where you had to have 1,000 subscribers to monetize. And then I monetized, and I think for like the first year, I was only making like 80 cents a month. I was like, that's enough. I don't think it's even enough to pay for the cost of the electric for me to upload a video. I think 80 cents, maybe that's enough for me to what was it, maybe buy 2 bananas or 1 banana. Oh, Marsh, let me see. Stencil ink, I've got 4 monitors here, and sometimes I close out a tab or resize the window, and then it's like half of it's off the screen. I gotta try to find it again. Let's see here, Marsh, stencil ink. It looks like they got these giant steel containers. It looks like what is that stuff? What's it called? Used for oil painting. What if I forget the name of it? It's been a while since I've done oil painting. It's like that paint thinner stuff. I forget the name of it. What type of... Is this like, what type of ink is this? Is it alcohol based, oil based, moisture permanent, waterproof, fast driving, marking? I wonder if this would work for isograph pens. Only thing I'm worried about is if it just completely clogs it up. I don't know. I made a mistake one time. I forget what it was, like in a type of, I think it was an acrylic ink, and I bought this acrylic ink, and this was before I really did much of anything with fountain pens. This was a couple years back, so I bought this acrylic ink, and it had the instructions on it, like what different pens you can use it for. And so I filled up this cheap fountain pen I got. I think it was like $1 or $2. It was really cheap. And I looked at the instructions. It shows all the different pens you can use it for. It showed technical pens, isograph pens, fountain pens, and all this. So I opted to choose my cheapest pen I had. It was a $1 fountain pen, and I put the acrylic ink in it. Completely clogged it up. Didn't work. I have to find the instructions, but the ink instructions said that you could use it for fountain pens. So I looked it up online. It says, do not use acrylic ink for fountain pens. And I was like, well, they're lying on these instructions. Good thing I use it for my $1 pen and not one of my $40 isograph technical pens. I'm going to have to bookmark that. I do have these huge cans of paint. It's I use for I was going to like start practicing doing huge paintings, but I never got around to doing it. I just ended up like preferring to do doodles and drawing. But I've got huge cans of I think it's like a low gloss house paint. Which would be good for painting murals. but I just never really got around to it. I just ended up liking to do doodling too much, because when it comes to painting, especially if you're doing a big mural or painting anything large, you've got to have, the different things for the painting. You've got to have the different colors. You've got to set everything up, and got to worry about getting paint all over you, and the paint fumes, and on and on. And like for where I'm living, if I was to try to paint in the middle of winter, I would need, like if I was to do a big painting, depending on what type of paint I'm using, like let's say if it's a certain type of acrylic or oil, I would want to have good ventilation, especially when I'm painting with like, paint that's for painting houses and walls. If I open my windows when it's, negative 15 degrees outside, I'm pretty sure that it will get so cold in my apartment that all of my inks will freeze up, and I will be freezing up myself. What else was I gonna say? I think I need more coffee. Maybe I can think of more topics to talk about. Actually, I'm going to go make myself some more coffee real quick, so I will be back in like less than a minute. I don't know why the screen went off. I clicked on turning the volume off, and then the screen turned off. Let's try this again. This chair that I'm sitting in, bought it, I think it was back in 2018. The cushions on it is like, used to be like this thick, and now they're like, for me sitting in it so much, doing all of my doodles. But I actually had to put like set pillows on it so I could be actually be comfortable. I think what I'm gonna do right now, I think I'm going to start reading off, answering some of my YouTube questions. I answered a bunch of them yesterday, and I don't know what happened, but I answered one person's question, and I was responding to it, and I looked back at the comments, and for some reason it posted my reply on a different comment. I don't know what happened. Dashboard, comments. Is the audio pretty good? Is it too quiet or too loud? Because I had to go to my settings for the stream and change the gain on it, because I tried to change the gain on my audio interface and it was picking up more background noise when I tried that. But do feel free to ask me anything random, as long as it's appropriate. We can talk about it and I'll answer it and I'll ramble on about it. Okay, good. Audio was good. I'm just scrolling through my questions I've gotten on YouTube. I did have at one time this person that I don't like, their comments disappeared, but they would comment on every one of my videos, because I have it set to everything to held for review, so that I can organize the questions that I'm asked or the comments and go through them. But I had this one person a while back that was commenting on every one of my videos and told me that my drawings are horrible and that my videos are horrible. And yet, I noticed during that time, my watch time and view count spiked up. And it was pretty much around the same time that this person, for some reason, didn't like me. But they spend an awful lot of time watching all of my videos. I don't know. I guess. Oh, let me stretch first. I guess you're not doing anything right unless at least one person dislikes you a lot. I think I replied to a lot of them. It's all the questions I've gotten in the past year. I replied to. Then there's some that are from 2 years ago that I have to find and go through and answer. One thing I will say that when it comes to streaming compared to like creating a video and uploading it is that I find it more convenient and a lot faster to stream, because I don't have to do all the editing, edit the audio, wait for it to upload. I can just kind of stream it, talk about random things. Although one thing I do like is being able to doing the time-lapse videos. Those are pretty awesome. I didn't realize I answered this many questions. Oh, dip pens? I think I have maybe one set of them. I've only done maybe, I think 5 drawings with them, something like that. I haven't done that many drawings. And I like the very old-fashioned traditional way that the drawing is by using them, but it was kind of inconvenient having to constantly dip the pen in the ink. I'm just used to just being able to keep drawing. That's one reason I like the refillable ink pens, like the isograph technical pens or fountain pens, because you can put so much ink in it that you don't have to worry about refilling it that often. So I can just sit down and focus on doing my doodling and not have to worry about, my ink is going to run out. Like, I've got some of these technical pens that are, those disposable ones. They're kind of like microns or, what is the name of that one over there? I can't see it from here. Well, I can see it, but I can't read it at this angle. It's like it's off-brand. I remember it now. It's called Accurate. I bought like 200 of them. And they had them on sale on the site, and you can use coupons to buy them. And they had them on clearance, and then I used like these coupons on it, and then I got a huge discount. So it would have cost a lot for them, but I got them really cheap. And if it wasn't for that, I don't think I would have bought them, because I prefer just being able to refill pens. So it's a lot cheaper in the long run, and I tend to get a more consistent line with refillable technical pens than disposable. The only downside, I think, is maybe the maintenance of having to clean it all the time, and trying to keep the nib of the pen from getting bent or worn out. I feel like the way my hair looks right now, after my shower this morning, I look like I'm from like the 1950s. I don't know. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get me some more coffee. Okay, I've got myself some more coffee here, everybody, to keep me more energized. Coffee ASMR. Hello, everybody. Today, we're going to be talking about random stuff and drink some coffee and maybe do some drawing later. And try to figure out why these gnats won't go away even though I clean my entire apartment. That coffee is a lot stronger than the other stuff I had. I had these two different kinds of, well, I've got like maybe 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 5 different types of coffee. The one I just ran out of, which was the cheapest coffee. And then I had decaf. I used to only drink decaf, and then I started drinking caffeinated to help me get more stuff done in the morning. And especially for work, because I have a lot more responsibility now for work. But I have this really cheap coffee, this decaf coffee, these 2 small bags of coffee, and then I have this really big bag of organic coffee. And the organic coffee tastes a lot stronger than the other ones. Now, the all of them are dark roast, except for the decaffeinated one. That one's I think it's like a medium, and I don't know, it has a stronger and better flavor. And it seems like I don't need as much of it to get the same amount of caffeine. Oh, I need to stretch more. I woke up yesterday and it felt like my neck was broke. I think I slept wrong or something. This has happened to me before. Like my neck, when I woke up yesterday, it actually felt like I was like in a crash or something. And I thought, maybe I'm just getting old. But I'm only 30, so I don't know if that's really the reason why. But I just felt horrible the entire day. I had no energy. I didn't feel motivated. And then this morning I got up and I feel a lot better. I feel more motivated. So I don't know. Maybe it's the coffee. Maybe it's the caffeine giving me that dopamine to make me all motivated and everything. But yeah. I'm still trying to get it to upload the thumbnail, even though it's not doing it. It's still not doing it. At one point I did think about live streaming myself doing some gaming, but I don't even know what game to play these days because there's so many out there, and I haven't done any gaming for such a long time, and it wouldn't even be related to my channel. I would have to like completely create probably a new channel for that to really work. Anyways, I wonder how long it would be until I would be able to get to the point to where there's 100 people watching one of my live streams. Because I think I would have more to talk about if I had, like, if there's more people watching asking me completely random questions, because I've got stuff to talk about. It's just a matter of picking what topic to talk about. But I know that right now, I think there's Chris, Jimmy, and then who else was it? I think y'all. But Chris and Jimmy, you two are like pretty much always on my streams. I feel like I can stream at any time of the day or upload a video, and Chris or Jimmy will be on there like instantly. I'm like, I don't know how you guys do that. I mean, I don't know how you could react so fast. Like, I've had times, I think, where Chris commented on a video, and it was pretty much like 30 seconds after I uploaded it. I was like, man, that's, I think if I ever needed an emergency contact right now, I think I would have maybe have Chris as my emergency contact. He'd show up here before the ambulances. What am I even talking about? Oh, I can't believe it's almost 10 o'clock already now. Where has the past 3 hours went? Yesterday I was watching this, it was a, not really documentary, it was like a podcast talking about, creativity and people that have, certain problems with, like socializing or their learning or their memory and all that, and how, certain things make them possibly deficient in one area, but a lot better at other things. For me, I feel that my working memory is pretty horrible. Like if I have a lot of information thrown at me all at once, I'm not able to remember it in the moment. Like if I'm given a list of, let's say, between 5 to 10 numbers. Like let's say it's 8, 8, 3, 1, 9, 7, 4, 6, 2. Which I completely already forgot now. Just in 2 seconds. So, but yet if I think of something from, 10, 12, 15 years ago, I can remember it more vividly and in detail than something that was from about an hour ago, a minute ago, a day ago. I don't know why that is, but I've had times at different jobs I've been at where I was given an instruction of something to do or a list of numbers, and if I didn't just write it down, I wouldn't remember it. I've even had times to where, like let's say I was at a certain job and there was like a price or a certain number that I had to remember. I would walk to the back and I would forget it when I got there. You have to go back and re-ask the person, and then but yet I can remember stuff so vividly in detail from 10 years ago. So it's kind of a bit backwards. But I was watching, it was a podcast talking about like with creativity and the differences between let's say someone that has a certain deficiency in certain areas, and comparing that to people that don't or do or whatever. And they discovered and found out that, let's say for example, if somebody might not be good at one thing, they make up for it in a lot of other ways. Like for me, I'm not good with numbers or math, but yet I think I'm a lot better at like learning something I'm interested in, like a certain topic, and learning a lot of information about it if I do it for a long time, and I will be able to permanently remember it. But if I do something that I don't spend a lot of time on it, or it involves a lot of math, I just completely forget it. And especially if it's something that I don't have any interest in, if I study it, it's like my mind just says, I don't need this, I don't need to remember it, and I just completely forget it. Which can be an issue when it's things that are actually important, but they're kind of like mundane stuff that you don't really think about a lot. But if I do something in repetition, then I seem to be able to remember it a lot better. Like paying my rent or paying the electric. But if I have a bunch of other random things going on that I don't normally do on a schedule, it's like I just completely forget it, and I just never remember it. I don't know. I don't know if anything I'm saying even makes any sense. But yeah, it still doesn't want to upload the thumbnail. There is, I think it's a blue jay that is outside my window. And now it flew away. It's gone. I used to have, when I was younger, we had some pet birds. We had one that actually, I think it was a parakeet, and both of them flew away, and we had no idea where they went. But yeah. Anyways, that came to my mind because there's like 3 cats crossing the street. There's a bunch of birds and all this stuff going on outside right now. And yet, I don't know. Like, how do I put this? So, you know how, like, let's say, I'm trying to think how to put it. Let's say there's something you don't remember at all, and then let's say you see something that all of a sudden you remember. It's like, like, let's say you have a clock-in number for work, or a phone number that you have for work. You just can't remember it when you actually try to, like, force yourself to think about it. But then if you repeat it over and over, you can, like, always remember it. This has happened before at work, to where I would have a number that I clock in with, and I would go to clock in, I would completely forget it. But if I walked away and then didn't think about it, came back, I put the number in, and it was right. I don't know why that is, but I don't know. I do not know. It shows in my stream that there's 2 people on YouTube watching and 1 on Twitch. It always shows, like, permanently that I always have 1 viewer on Twitch. I don't think that is accurate, because, like, as soon as the stream goes live, it says 1, but yet there's not a person in the chat on Twitch. Just going through some more YouTube comments. I'm doing quite a bit of multitasking right now. I'm looking through my YouTube comments, making sure the stream is okay, trying to edit some stuff for videos uploaded, reading some emails, and I do have an email that I have to respond to. It's a long email, and I've responded to part of it, but I hadn't responded to the rest of it yet because it's a long email and I want to actually answer everything. So I will be doing that later on. Do any of you ever get emails about stuff that you've never been to, or things you've never applied for, or things you don't even qualify for? I had a time back when I was I think I was 16 or 17. This is when I had a different email than the one I have now, and they would send me these emails saying that I qualified for a house loan and a car loan and all this stuff. And I was like, well, that's interesting, seeing as I don't have pretty much any money, and don't even have a credit card. And I don't think at the time, I don't even know if I had a bank card at the time. Because I just had like 1 account or something. Like, I'm trying to think, when was it? I don't remember when I started getting a bank card. But they said that I would get these emails saying I qualify for like a mortgage and all this. I'm like, no, I do not qualify for any mortgage. I don't qualify for a car loan. I wasn't old enough to apply for any of that. It's just spam mail they send out to everybody. Like I've had emails or stuff I've gotten in the mail that says, congratulations, according to our numbers, you will save $600 in 6 months on your car insurance. I'm like, oh, I wish, because depending on what vehicle I've had before they've been driving, like I've had a vehicle that did have a salvage title, one that didn't have a salvage title, one that had full insurance, one that had minimum coverage. And I think most of the times I just had, minimum coverage, because I would buy a vehicle that was cheap. So there's no point in me getting full coverage, because the cost of the insurance in a year was worth much more than what I paid for the car. So, more coffee. But they would say that, oh, here you can save $600 in 6 months in your car insurance. So I called them up and I said, how am I going to save $600 if I'm only paying, this was like, when it was cheaper, like 12 years ago, I think, 11 years ago. I paid like maybe half of that, not even half of that, for my insurance. So I told them, like, are you going to give me $300? I'm going to save $600, right? They're like, excuse me. They're like, no, we can't do that. And I'm like, well, it says here what you sent me that I'm going to save $600. So if I'm paying $300 in insurance, and I'm going to save $600, and then you pay me $300, right? And they're like, no, that's not how that works. I'm like, well, that's what your email says. Oh. What kind of stream is this, everybody? It's still an art stream. Excuse me. I had to cough, I had to burp, all at the same time while drinking my coffee. Anyways, which side? Over this side and this side. It's still an art stream because there's some art in the background, right? Even though I'm rambling on about unrelated topics. Now I've been wanting to add more to the stream, like I've got a little alert box, plus I've got the chat box part. The only thing is the part where it shows how many subscribers and Twitch followers I have to update that manually. And the part where it says upgrade camcorder, I kept having to update manually, but someone donated the other day $2, and it went from 250 to 252. So I don't know why it is that I kept having to manually update that. And then the other day it automatically added the $2. I don't know. Don't know. Okay, I'm just gonna start randomly answering questions that I've gotten from people. So the comment here says, nice, I use microns, Copic multiliner and Unipen, all fine liner and pigment ink. Is there a difference between them and technical pens? Yes, I think that, well, first of all, the ink is different. Like the pen that I'm using, the Rotring, the ink is going to be a lot darker than the ink that you're going to get in a Micron's Copic multiliner. I know that I've seen people that have used I think it's Staedtler. It's like the Staedtler technical pens, the disposable ones. I've noticed people that have used those and they say that the ink is not as dark. What's up? Is it Yule or Yule? Am I pronouncing that right? You're doing pool? Or were you cleaning the pool? Or swimming in the pool? Or maybe you could be skating in the pool. Obviously, there's no water in it, because that'd be tough to skate in the pool that has water in it already, unless you had ankle weights or something like that. What's that video game? Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. The one level where you get those it's like weighted. It's like these boots that you wear in the game that weighs you down so that you can walk under the water. And that was I think it was the water level, the most difficult level in that entire game. Or the part where I made the mistake in the game that I was playing, where you go to this one dungeon and you have to have, I don't remember the name of it, but you had to have this thing that would allow you to see stuff that's invisible. Well, I actually completed this level without even having that, and I kept having to restart so many times, and I actually drew out on a piece of paper and mapped out the entire dungeon to get through it. And I never even knew this. This was way back, I think it was in like, what year was it, 98? 96, 97, I think it might have been 1998. This was back when I had internet, but did I have internet? I think I did. Yeah, it was very slow, but I had to usually go to the library if I needed anything, because my internet at home was so slow. I think it was like net zero, and then dial up. Back in the day when it was AOL, and yeah, man, the internet was so slow. But so if I needed to figure out something in the game, I had to figure out on my own. I couldn't just really just look up stuff. I mean, I could, but it took an hour for the page to load. And if there's a page that had pictures and video, it took forever. And so I had to go through all the stuff in the video games without any help, no guides. And a lot of the games that I got were like used video games, so it didn't come with the manual or anything like that. And so when I was playing, I had to figure everything out on my own. And so, yeah, that level and the water level were pretty difficult. Yeah, the iron boots. Let me look up. I need to stretch first. I should have used my foam roller and stretched a bit this morning first. I'm so sore because I took a break from doing well, it's kind of like powerlifting. It's kind of how I was trained. It's been, I think I've only been to the gym like 3 times now in 8 months, and I switched from doing powerlifting to distance running, and I lost a bunch of, well, it wasn't that much weight. I lost 6 pounds, but for me, that's a lot of weight for my body frame. I think most of that was all just muscle, because I went to do bench press, and before, maybe 8 or 9 months ago, I could bench press 225 for 5 sets of 5 pretty easily. And so when I went to the gym, this was on Monday, today's Wednesday, so like 2 days ago, I did 135. I'm like, it's okay. And then I did 185 for 3 sets of 5. And then I did 135 again, and then I did dumbbell bench press, flat, and then incline. And I felt so much weaker. I used to be able to do the 100-pound dumbbells for like multiple sets of 10 reps, but I did the 80-pound dumbbells for like 1 set of 10. I'm like, yeah, I'm not trying to pick up the 100-pound dumbbells. It ain't gonna work today. My shoulders, my chest, my triceps, like, it's all so sore since Monday. And I didn't even work out, like, do that much. I worked out for maybe 20 minutes. I did 135 for like 6 reps, 185 for 3 sets of 5, and then 135 for 5 reps. And then I did dumbbell and bench press with 60 for 5 reps, and then 80 for 5 reps. And then I did incline with it was 40 and then 60, only 5 reps each. And then I did some tricep extensions. So I didn't really do that much or that many reps, and I went way lighter than usual. I was probably going about, I don't know, maybe 70% effort. I wasn't really trying that hard, and I feel so sore, like definitely because I took such a long break. Oh, the lens thing with the eye? Yeah, I think that's what it was. Let me look this up. I think maybe I need to get a different keyboard for streaming. This is a loud mechanical keyboard. Water Temple, Legend of Zelda. Yeah. I remember this level. It was so annoying because you had to go to and as I said, I didn't have any guides or nothing when I was playing this game, and it was so annoying because I had to try to figure out how to get through all these levels. And my working memory is so horrible. Like, I had to write everything down a lot of times to get through some of these levels. And like, you'd have to go to a certain part of the dungeon, like equip the boots, pull a lever or something, go back, and then some of this you had to go redo each part of the temple, the water temple. And I remember playing this, I'm like, oh, the graphics are so amazing. And now I look at it and it's like, not really. I mean, I think for 1998, I think was when it came out. One of the other things I liked in the game a lot was the music. It was pretty awesome. And the part where you've got like the little flute thing, or the ocarina. Oh, calories? Well, I think I went from, it was about 8 months ago, I was 178 when I weighed myself, and this was right before I started working a different position at work. And so I was 178. I was doing it's sort of like powerlifting, but I was focused on gaining muscle, but also keeping my strength really high. So I think that the amount of calories that I was intaking at the time was probably higher than the amount of calories I was getting for the 8 months after that, because I was working so much, I didn't have as much time to eat. And so because of that, I didn't go to the gym or do any lifting. So I was burning less calories because I wasn't really exercising as much. And then it was about a month ago I did distance running for about 2 or 3 weeks. So I used to try to like keep track of all of my calories and everything, and it got to be really annoying and time consuming, like to like weigh everything, like weigh the amount of meat I've made, weigh the amount of vegetables, like count all this up. And instead I would just make a huge meal, eat as much as I can, all day, every day, and like I would train hard, but recover even better, because the recovery is more important than the actual training. Because if you train really hard, and you push yourself really hard, but you're not stretching properly, you're not hydrating enough, you're not getting enough sleep, you're overstressed and everything, that's going to raise all of your cortisol levels, and then your muscles and everything is going to be more inflamed, and so then you're going to be sore for a longer period of time, so you're not going to recover. But I would say, like, for me to actually gain weight, like to gain muscle, it's like a lot of food I have to eat every day. And I've counted it before, tried to keep track of how many calories I'm eating. And even the times when I wasn't, when I had a different job that wasn't as physically active or physically demanding, even the time I was off of work, because I had an injury about, I think it was 2013. I was off of work for, what in the world? That cat was running across the street. It was running after one of those squirrels. And, I don't know. This is black cat running around town. But, like the amount of calories I was eating was such a heavy amount that instead of trying to keep track of it all the time, I just ate as much as possible. I made sure to at least eat this amount of calories and slowly keep adding more every day. And I would know if I was overtraining or not eating enough is when I wouldn't recover properly. So I would count how many calories I was getting, and it came to 6,000 calories a day. So it gave me a baseline of how much I should eat, how many calories I'm getting. Now, I was getting a lot of protein. I was getting a little bit more protein than I actually needed, because I would rather have extra protein, extra calorie, extra fats, extra carbs, than to try to like make it, just enough. Like, let's say you wanted to gain weight, and let's say for I think it's every pound of fat is 3,000 calories of energy that you have to expend to lose it or to gain it. It varies between 3,000 and 3,500. So, like depending on like your activity level, if let me think about this. I'm trying to think how to explain this. Well, right now I'm drinking the coffee, and I always like drink coffee pretty quick and then brush my teeth. But after I finish this up, I'm gonna take like a 30-second break, maybe 1 minute, then brush my teeth and then come back. Okay. Anyways, so I was getting at least 6,000 calories a day. Now the meals I was eating and like what I was having was plenty of protein, plenty of carbs, calories, fats, all of that stuff. And I tried different techniques of having a certain percentage of fats, a certain percentage of carbs, a certain percentage of protein. But I made it to where I ate at least this much. And so what I would do is I would just, like I would have a huge breakfast. And then throughout, like what I would do throughout the day is I would have all my meals broken up into separate meals. And each meal contained protein, fats, carbs. And I would try different percentages, but I tried keeping track of all that, and I still wasn't really gaining much weight. So instead of doing that, I just started, I always ate very healthy, but I started to just eat as much as I could possibly eat every day. So anytime I didn't feel full, I would just eat. So let's say for breakfast, I would get up and I would have 4 eggs, a bowl of oatmeal with blueberries, strawberries, and banana cut up. Put it into the oatmeal I would add a little bit of sea salt, some cinnamon, and then I would also have like a it's sort of like a protein shake, but I wouldn't actually add protein to it, because all the protein shakes I see out there, they add all the sugar and all these other additives that just make my skin break out, or they add a bunch of sugar, or the cost of the protein itself is way more than the amount of protein I can get from just buying a jar of peanut butter or whatever else. So I would have 4 eggs. I would have my oatmeal with blueberry, strawberry, banana cut up in it. And then I would have like my own homemade protein shake. And I would put about, I'm trying to think, it was probably, I mean, it was a big glass of milk pretty much I was putting in it. Like, I don't know the measuring amount, but I would say it was probably 1/8 or a quarter of a gallon of milk. Probably more like 1/8, because I would have several of these throughout the day. And then I would add in peanut butter. Um, and then for the banana, I would have half of the banana would be in my oatmeal. But I also had, like, I would take bananas, peel them, put them in Ziploc bags, freeze them, and use them for my shakes. So there'd be banana in the shake with peanut butter. I would actually add oatmeal into the shake with the milk, and then I would add creatine into that, and then I would add coconut oil, and then I would drink in the morning. I would have my decaf coffee, and I would add a little, like, some grass-fed butter, and I would add coconut oil. And, like, just for my breakfast alone, with everything I was eating, just my breakfast was, like, I would count it up, and it would be like 2,000 calories. It was a massive amount of food. And on top of, like, my breakfast, I would have some food from the day before that I made. Like, let's say I had, let's say it was some type of meat cut up with some rice. And I would eat that in the morning along with everything else. And then, I would say 2 hours later, no more than 3 hours later, so between 2 to 3 hours later, I would have another meal that's like another 1,000 calories. Another 2 hours later, another 1,000 calories. And in between that, I would snack on, like, cashews. I would drink milk, whole milk. So I was having per day about, I think, a gallon of milk. I would eat about 2 pounds of meat, 1 to 2 pounds, which would be like fish, ground turkey, chicken. So I was getting plenty of protein. And the fats, I would get a lot of fats from like cashews, different nuts, almonds, coconut oil, olive oil, the meats I was eating, because sometimes I would add in different cuts of pork. And then I would drink plenty of water. And then for, like, my vitamins and minerals, I would get vegetables that were frozen in bags, but I would also get, like, fresh vegetables, and those I would cut up and add to my foods. So I was eating, like, let's say maybe, I don't know, 10 months ago, about a gallon of milk a day, at least half a gallon of water a day, 2 to 3 bags of vegetables per day that were frozen. Each bag was 1 pound, but I'd also have each day, like, different type of vegetables I would add, like cut up bell peppers in my meal. Then I would have, like, 2 cups of rice, which makes like a huge container of food, with, like, maybe some meat cut up added to it. And then I would have multiple shakes throughout the day with peanut butter added to it, with nuts and banana and everything. So the amount of fats I was getting per day was, like, as much as someone should have in, like, a week. The amount of carbs I was getting was a massive amount. The protein I needed was, 2 to 3 times more than what I even needed. And I did no cardio. And yet my body would get to, like, 180 pounds, 181. And I was kind of stuck there. So then I would start eating fattier cuts of meat, and then increasing my protein intake. So I'd increase how many carbs and fats and protein I'm getting, yet my body weight, like, wouldn't go up. I don't know. Oh yeah, type 1 and 2. Well, I would say, like, the rep range I was doing. Well, they've got different, like, systems for there's thousands of them out there, different training. Like, they have the 5x5, the 4x6, the 6x6, the 8x10. pyramiding up, pyramiding down. So like let's say you pyramid down, you warm up, you start with the heavy set and then go to lightest, or pyramiding up, so warm up, start from your lightest, go to the heaviest. So like when it comes to like training different muscle fiber types, like I can gain strength really fast. Oh, my neck, gotta stretch it more from the other day when I felt like I woke up from a car crash. But like I can gain strength really fast. Let's say, well, once I recover from doing bench press the other day, like right now, I would say my bench press is probably like, I'd say realistically like maybe 250 for one rep. Now that's after like 8 months of no training and then doing cardio endurance training and not eating as much past 8 months. So if I start training and I get back into powerlifting type of training, within 2 weeks my bench press can go from 250 to around 300, and then I kind of like plateau really quick. Same with like deadlift or squats. Like let's say like my squats, well, I know that for deadlift, like the limiting factor for me is like the grip. I noticed that when I get to like 500 pounds, it seems like the problem I have with deadlift is that like the bar thickness is too thick for my hand. So when I'm holding the bar, my hand doesn't go all the way around like the bar. And the more opened up your hand is, the more difficult it is to hold a grip on the bar when you're doing deadlift. Same with like if you have the axle deadlift, which is more difficult because it really trains your grip. My grip is really strong if I'm holding onto a bar that's thinner. So the limiting factor for me for deadlift is the grip. But I think maybe if I can find a different type of deadlift bar, because the ones at the gym, they all seem a bit too thick for my hand to hold on to. But anyways, for let's say squat, like right now, I squat a bit differently because of all of my injuries I've had to my right leg, my hips, and all this stuff. Plus, I don't want to go back, have all these surgeries, and when you don't have insurance and you don't want to deal with having a bunch of injuries anymore, you kind of back off of pushing yourself quite as hard, because I don't recover quite as fast as I did when I was like 18 or 20. Back then I could train for like 3 hours and recover by the next day. If I train for 3 hours now, I'll be out of commission for like 2 weeks. But I would say, like when I'm doing squats, I squat to the bench, so it's kind of like a what's called like a box squat, and it keeps like I'm just above parallel, maybe by an inch or something, and it's like a wide stance squat. So let's say I go to the gym today and I do squats. I could do 350. I probably warm up, do 135, and then do 185. And these are for sets of 6. So I'll do 135, 185, 225, 275, and then 315. Probably my last set of 315, I can get between maybe 6 to 8 reps at most. And within a month, sometimes maybe even faster, less than a month, I can go from like doing squats like to the bench, which is similar to a box squat. I go from 315 to doing around 500 for reps of 6. And then I kind of like plateau in strength. Like my weight will only go up maybe 6 pounds. My strength will skyrocket, but then I get to a certain body weight, and then because I'm not gaining body weight anymore, it's like my strength just stops. And then I keep eating and eating and eating, and I'm not gaining weight, and then my strength kind of like just plateaus out. And then I barely gain any strength. But I've taken creatine and stuff before, and I do notice that do recover a lot quicker. I feel more like explosive when I take creatine. Um, uh, but what was I gonna say? Oh, is like I was talking about the different muscle fibers, like type 1, type 2, and all that. Um, so like when it comes to like explosive power and like speed, I feel that my body improves that pretty quick. But when it comes to endurance, I can mentally push myself to just keep going and keep going, but my body won't keep up with it. Like when I started doing endurance training about a month ago, I started out going for like maybe just a jog around the block. It was like 1 mile. I didn't go fast either. It was pretty slow. It was like a 10-minute mile. And I was stretching everything. I started eating a little bit more, eating more protein, kind of like how I was doing 10 months ago. But my knees were hurting really bad. My shins, ankle, quads, glutes, mostly my calves, my right calf, and my right hamstring, like the parts of me that have been injured before. So I thought maybe it's because I'm running on like concrete in the road. So I tried running on the track, same problem. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go to the reservoir and run on the grass. Same issue. Had knee pain, and my calves, like especially my right one, or the parts of my legs that were injured, would be in pain for like a week and a half or longer. But when it comes to like endurance and stuff, it's like for me it feels more of a mental thing than actual like physical. Like I can push myself to run, 50 miles, but it's like my body breaks down. But when it comes to like gaining strength really quick, I don't have to push myself as hard. I can gain it very quickly. But I kind of like plateaued at a certain point. I see I've got more stuff to read. Hold on a second here. I gotta catch up. I was rambling on. Let's see here. You said bodybuilding is time consuming and costly in food. Yeah, definitely costly in food because, like, they do a lot more reps when it comes to bodybuilding. And every time I start doing more reps, I start getting really skinny. Even though I increase my food intake, I just start getting skinnier. And then I start burning all this energy off. And then I just start losing weight. And then I start losing muscle. And it's like my body just eats away the muscle because I already have a low body fat. I try to increase my body fat. But then I don't really gain that much weight. And it's so expensive. Like, I think, well, one thing is when, let's say you see a picture of somebody that does bodybuilding, and let's say they're obviously not natural, and people will see that and think, like, that's a goal. But as far as like naturally gaining muscle and everything, I think that a lot of people's idea on like what's genetically possible, they're trying to compare themselves against people that are unnatural, and so they might like give up doing it because of that. But yeah, I've taken creatine before. Let's see here. You have a hybrid metabolism. You are taking, 6,000 calories. I think that like the amount of calories I read that I was supposed to be intaking to gain weight was only like between, like for my activity level, I think it was around like 2,800 to like 3,100, something like that. It was around that range for like my height, body weight, and activity level. And I was eating double that, and I would get to like 180 to 183, and I kind of was stuck there, even though I kept increasing calories and fat and everything. And so then I switched it up, where I was like, instead of doing, let's say 3 sets of 8, 4 sets of 10, I'm gonna switch to doing 5x5s. Focus more on gaining the strength. But because I wasn't doing as many reps, it was like my body wasn't gaining the muscle as much, like how in bodybuilding you do higher reps. But when I try to do higher reps, it's like I get scrawny. And I lose all of my strength. And then I get thinner. Do I train alone or with groups of friends? There's usually people at the gym I go to when I work out. There's some guys that I've known since 2013. And I always see them at the gym a lot of times when I go in. And the one guy asked me when I went in last week, or no, on Monday, he was like, "What are you doing here? I haven't seen you in like 8 months. I thought you disappeared." I'm like, "No, I've just been working a lot, so I haven't had time to come to the gym," because I would work. Like, I would get up at 4 a.m. or 3 a.m., be at work at like 5, get off of work at like 4:30 or 5. Depending on, some days I might work longer, some less. And so I was going to bed at about 8 o'clock, maybe. 6, 7. Yeah, I'd go to bed at 8 and wake up at 4. So then I would basically work 10 or 12 hours plus an hour or more of driving, sometimes 2. And so then when I got home, because I had to be in bed at 8, I would be at home by 5. So then I still had to eat again. I'll cook, eat, shower, stretch, and then work out maybe. But I still had to edit video, upload, stream, draw, edit audio, and all that. So I pretty much had, after eating and everything, about 1 hour from 7 to 8 to try to get everything done. It's not that much time. It's kind of hard to do streaming and go work out and stretch and then drive back and eat again on an hour. Knees over toe guy? Yeah, I've seen him. I've seen some of the stuff that he does. Like these stretches or the stuff he does with squats, and I'm seeing that. It just makes my knees hurt. Because if I try to squat that way, I'm pretty sure that I think my knee would break, because I've got like different screws, like holding, like there's stuff in there holding my knee together, like my ACL, because I had ACL surgery. And I noticed that if I stretch a certain way, it puts pressure on that. I feel it like pulling. So that's why there's a lot of exercises that I don't do or I avoid. Like if I do, like on a machine, hamstring curl or leg extensions, I feel too much like shearing force on my knee, and I'll have knee pain for like a week or two. Even if I do like really light weight on like leg extensions, like let's say 20 pounds, I feel a lot of tension in that spot. I'm like, no, this does not feel right. But I think what was it called? It's like this type of squat he did. I think it was called, I think you do it on one leg. It's like a pistol squat. Yeah, I don't think there's any way. I think my leg would give out, and I would, yeah, that would not be good. Let's see. Oh yeah, as far as squatting, I know that a lot of people, because like how a lot of people like do setting, or they're not as active anymore, so people don't have as much flexibility in their ankles and their legs. For me, I have a lot of this extra scar tissue in my right knee, so if I'm stretching, I can touch glutes to ankles, or I can actually get my ankles like a little bit farther than that if I do like a quad stretch, or I lay down and I like lean, like I'm laying on the floor on my knees and shins, and I lean back to stretch the quads. With my left leg, I can touch my glutes to ankle or even floor, but my right leg, I'm about like maybe that far from glutes touching ankle because I have a bunch of scar tissue in my knee that I had to break up the scar tissue after my surgery and everything. But there was one time during therapy that they had to break up the scar tissue, and the only problem was is the scar tissue built up so much that the strength of the scar tissue was stronger than the ACL and the tendons. So if they were to actually bend my leg and push on it to break the scar tissue up, it would have torn my other ligaments. So I had to go in and they gave me, I think it was a hydrocortisone shot in my knee to break up the scar tissue. But I know if you get too many of those, it'll actually weaken the ligaments. But I will massage my knee, do stretches, do a lot of stuff to try to break up the scar tissue, and stretching. But I don't want to try to bend my knee too far because of the scar tissue in there. It might, if I push the knee too hard, it might tear the ACL again, just so that I can try to tear the scar tissue up. But that's one reason as far as squats. Like I said, I'll do box squats because I get, like, if I get to like right at parallel or below that, my knee will give out. And if I try to go like to that low, I feel a lot more pressure in my knee. And I feel like when your knees connect together, I feel like the knee is starting to kind of come apart a bit. And it's really weird. I have this thing to where if I'm setting, I can actually, like, my knee will move like this, whereas my good one, my left one, doesn't. But my right one, if I push, like if I have my leg down, like I'm pushing kind of down the floor, I got my leg bent at a 90-degree angle, and I move my shin and my knee go like this. So it's kind of weird. Said protein blend with casein and iso so it doesn't get burned up so fast. I think, I don't know, I'm trying to remember if I had casein before. I might have. If I did, the last time I had it was probably 2013, 2014, somewhere around there. But I've tried eating, like, eat a lot of stuff that is like real slow burning rather than things that are like really fast burning. Like, let's say you have let me think of something. Like oatmeal could be like a slower burning food, or depending on what you eat. But I do know that if I eat something that's like really high in carbs, or even if it's natural sugars, I feel sleepy really quickly after. Like if I eat something that's really high in carbs, I get really tired after that. But I did try a keto diet, and I did that for a couple of months, but I lost most of my muscle. My strength was like cut in half. I had no energy. So I know that without carbs, I just have no energy. But if I eat a lot of carbs at once, it makes me tired. But if I don't eat carbs, I lose a bunch of weight. Yeah, as far as the scarring. So I think, like, if your body didn't develop any scar tissue, and let's say there's like a torn ligament or tendon, then there's nothing there to like really hold it together. It's kind of just can break again. Yesterday after work, I fell asleep for like 2 hours, and I woke up, and I was confused what day it is. I didn't remember if I worked or not. I woke up, I think I laid there for about half an hour before I realized what day it even was. I was like, did I work today? Is it morning? Is it evening? What day is it? I had to like think about it really hard, and I was so lost. I was like, what just happened? But yeah, as far as like when it comes to gaining weight, like you see everywhere, everybody wants to lose weight. Everybody wants to get thin, lose weight, and everything. And when I tell people, I'm like, man, I need to gain weight. They're like, what? Gain weight? I want to lose weight. But the other guys that lift at the gym or people I've trained with, my breakfast and calories I get just from my breakfast is what they get in a whole day. And yet they're like, let's say they're between 200 to like 260 pounds. So they're about, let's see, they're between 30 to 100 pounds more than me. And yet just what I eat for breakfast is what they get in calories for like a whole day. And I don't know, it's just strange. So I think if I ate the same amount they did, I would just never gain any muscle. And I even followed exactly what they were eating. They would tell me, like I'd ask them, what do you eat for the day? And they would tell me what they would have for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and everything, what they would snack on. So I would actually try that for maybe a month or two. And I would lose a bunch of weight because the amount of calories they were getting was like less than half of what I was eating. And I would even do the same type of training they did, the same workouts, the same amount of sets, the same amount of reps, and I would just get skinnier. Maybe, what if I start drinking coconut oil, just to have a gallon of coconut oil a day? I don't know. I think that would probably, I don't know if that would be good for your heart, but that much fats from oils, I think it would be too much at once. I don't think that would work out. I know that one side of my family, they're all pretty thin. So I think a lot of that's just a genetic thing. Like, it's really hard for me to gain weight, but it's so easy for me to lose weight. Like if I go just one day without eating, and let's say I'm doing all of my training and I'm eating a whole bunch every day, and the same thing happens if I'm not eating as much or doing training. And let's say I'm doing my gallon of milk a day with a pound or two of meat and all this stuff, and let's say I'm 184 pounds and I weigh myself the exact same time the next day, and I weigh myself in the morning before I've ate anything. I'll go a whole day without eating and I'll be like 8 pounds less. I'm like, where did the 8 pounds go? And I've tried to eat on an empty stomach. I have no energy whatsoever. Like, I was training with a guy at the gym, and he wanted to, like, I think he was like maybe 6'2", 6'3", and he was like 240 pounds, 250. But he didn't train his legs at all. Like, all of his muscle weight was just upper body. And he wanted to lose body fat. And he told me what he was eating every day. I'm like, that's it? And I'm like, if I just ate that much, I wouldn't even recover from training then. It wouldn't be enough protein or carbs or fats or anything. But I was training with him, and he wanted to work out every morning at like, I think it was like 5 in the morning or something, 5 or 6 a.m. But at the time, my work schedule was, I worked later in the day, so I went to bed later. Like, I was going to bed at the time, like maybe 1 in the morning, sometimes 2, and he wanted to work out at 5 in the morning, so I had to switch everything up and go to bed way earlier. And I did that for a couple months, but I tried to work out on an empty stomach. I had no energy. Like my bench press, to where before I could do 225 for 5 sets of 5 pretty easily. And the first time I went to work out, I trained with him in the morning on an empty stomach. I struggled to get 225 for like 2 reps. And I was like, how do you train on an empty stomach? So I think I worked out with him for maybe 3 months like that, and my strength went down. I wasn't really gaining much weight or nothing. I felt more. I kind of felt more alert throughout the day on average, but I would feel really sleepy at like 9 a.m. because I was getting up at 4. But I felt a more, how would I put it? I felt more of a even energy level throughout the day, but my strength and everything was just half. Like it was not that much, and I wasn't gaining any muscle, so I quit doing that. But yeah. You eat pack of muffins but gain nothing, or you eat packs of muffins and nothing, but I gain muscle fast. I think I don't gain muscle fast. I just gain strength really quickly. As far as gaining muscle, I just have to eat a massive amount of calories and just overeat. And like for me, like right now, while I weighed myself at the gym on Monday, and I was 172. The day before, I didn't eat that much. I had like a really long work shift for like 12 hours. I got home, I didn't eat much, and then I ate before I went to bed. I had a huge meal and everything, so that I could, try to recover for the next day. But I was 172. But if I'm eating like my normal amount, and let's say I'm not training or nothing, I'm like 176. But I'm trying to remember what I was getting to. Oh, when it comes to gaining muscle, I can gain strength really quickly, but as far as gaining muscle, I have to just eat a massive amount of food all day. Just eat and eat. Because I remember the training I was doing when I tried to get my body to 200 pounds. Like one of my goals was to be muscular, but to get to 200 pounds. And I was just eating so much food, and I got to 191 pounds. It was 191.4, and I was stuck between 190 and 191, and I kept increasing the calories and the fats and the protein. I was just stuck at that. But for me to get to that body weight and to be that muscular like that, I had to give up. Like, I was so committed. Like, I was pretty much obsessed. And my entire day was just involved, like, all I thought about was training, getting muscle. It's like everything revolved around that, just to get from 170 to 190. And I did that for like a year. But I was stuck for, let me think. Well, I got to 170 to 190. It didn't take me really that long. I got to it fairly quickly. But then I kind of like just plateaued in gaining weight, even though I kept increasing how much I was eating. And then I just stayed at like 190 for pretty much the rest of the year. But yeah, my strength, I can increase it really quick. But the gaining the muscle is the part that's a lot more difficult. And I've, like, some of the guys I've worked out at the gym with, like, I'll do their training regimen, and it's such a small amount of training and eating that, like, I just wouldn't gain any muscle. I wouldn't gain any size. But also the problem is they'll do a lot more high rep stuff. And then when I do that, even though I'm eating more, I start losing weight. So I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. I have no idea. Maybe there's something wrong with me. Maybe I just got some type of super hyper metabolism. And I do know that, like, if you eat very often or a lot of snacks throughout the day, it actually increases your metabolism, because I forget how it works exactly. Because I haven't really done as much with, like, training and stuff for a while. But I've tried to switch to eating, like, less meals but larger. So, like, the same amount of calories, but instead of having a meal, like, let's say a meal every 2 or 3 hours, I would try, like, maybe cutting it in half, or just doing 4 meals a day, 3 meals or 2 meals. But when I tried to do, like, the 2 meals a day thing, where I would have a huge breakfast, it was too many calories I had to try to pack into one meal, that I wasn't actually able to eat it all in that amount of time. And then by the time it was time for me to train again, I was too hungry to train. So because it was such a long time period in between. But yeah, I think that, like, for the distance running, as I said, it's just it's more of a mental thing of pushing myself than anything else. This is a lot of random topics. But yeah. Oh, I did have a couple of people I talked to that was, at the gym lifting, or I lifted with them. And this was before they even see me training. They would ask me, well, maybe you're not training hard enough. And I would work out with them, and I would do the same workouts they're doing. And I would actually lose strength and muscle because their training was too easy. So they told me, like, maybe you're not training hard enough. I was like, well, I don't, because I wanted to push myself, but also wanted to recover. And so if I trained, like, not as hard, then I just lost strength, and then, like, nothing really happened. I didn't gain any muscle. I just lost muscle. Because I trained with some people, and they're like, you're crazy to be training that hard or that much. I even tried training less often, and I noticed that if I train 6 days a week, I recover faster than if I do, like, 3 or 4 or 5 days a week. It seems like if I train more days, I recover quicker. Like, let's say, instead of having a workout that is very long and doing that, like, let's say you train for an hour a day. Now, I think when people think of, like, training for an hour a day, I think it's not that you're just in the gym for an hour. It's that you're actually spending an hour worth of time actually working out. It's not to where, like, let's say you're in a gym for an hour, but you spend 50 minutes of that just talking to people and just resting. So let's say if I was to actually train an hour a day for just, like, lifting, weightlifting, probably, whichever term you want to, I would say it's more like bodybuilding, power building. I think that's what they call it. It's when you combine powerlifting and bodybuilding. So if I do that an hour a day, 4 days a week, I don't recover as fast or gain as much muscle or strength as quickly or as much as I would if I trained 6 days a week for only 30 minutes. But those 30 minutes, I push myself really hard and I train really hard. Whereas I feel if I go to the gym and work out for like an hour, I can't push myself as hard for that long, because if I did, I wouldn't be able to recover for the next day. But if I don't push myself as much from training for an hour, it kind of feels like a waste of time, because as I said, if I was to push myself as hard as I do in 30 minutes for an hour, I can't recover. But then if I step back some and don't push myself as hard for an hour, then my body doesn't gain any strength. I don't know. It's on my DNA. Just how'd that even work? Active recovery as well. Yeah, I noticed that, like, let's say I do like really heavy, like, I'll kind of combine like lifting heavy with doing high reps. One thing that makes me really sore, and it takes a lot to recover from, is if, let's say I do 5 sets of 5 reps, like for squats. Let's say I warm up, and then I do 5 sets of 5 reps with 405 pounds. And then after that, I drop the weight from 405 to 315, and I will do 3 sets of 20 reps. My legs are done. Like, I wake up the next day, my legs are so sore. It's like I'll get out of bed and I'll try to walk down the steps, and I'm kind of like waddling around like a penguin. But once, like, if I go to work and I'm moving around a whole bunch, I feel really good. A lot of the muscle soreness goes away. But then as soon as I take a break or I sit down for like 5 minutes, I go to stand up again. It feels like I feel the same as I did in the morning when I woke up. So, even on the days that I don't train, like let's say I work out, I train 6 days a week, 30 minutes a day. So let's say I'm working out, let me think how it would work with my work schedule. So let's say I didn't work out on, we'll just make it easier, make it more better to explain. So let's say you work out from Monday through Saturday, 6 days a week, 30 minutes a day. And let's say on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I do like upper body. So let's say Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I train like bench press, incline bench press, dumbbell bench press. So I'll train like chest, shoulders, lats, tricep, rear delt, front delt, side delt. So it's like an upper body workout. And then Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, I'll train legs. So it'd be like back squat, front squat, deadlift. And then next week it might be back squat, front squat. With and then the next one, instead of deadlift, I might do like leg press and like bent over rows. That's kind of like how my training will go. But I recover a lot faster if I train 6 days a week for 30 minutes than if I do an hour a day for like 4 days. I don't know. I don't know if it's. I think it's just because I'm just not in the gym as long. I'm not doing so many reps, so I can recover quicker. But it seems to always work the best when I do it that way than if I do like really high rep stuff like bodybuilding. I lose a lot of strength, and then because I lose so much strength, I'm not pushing as much weight. My muscles get smaller. So I don't know how it is they're able to gain so much muscle with doing such high reps with so many sets. And I've tried to do like, let's say 3 or 4 sets of like 12 reps or 16 reps or 20 reps, or instead of doing that, I might do like, let's say 3 sets of 10 and do a drop set of like, I don't know, 20. I try to mix it up, but I seem to do better if I do like, let's say 4 sets of 6 or 5 sets of 5, and then every once in a while I'll do like a drop set effort that of like higher reps, like once. So if I do like my main, like what I think of like the core lifts, the main ones, like bench press, deadlift, squat, maybe overhead press, those main lifts, I'll do like 5 sets of 5 reps, and then every once in a while I might throw in like a drop set of like, I don't know, 12 reps, 16 reps, maybe 20, and then I'll do the rest of my workout. But I always try to switch it up when I can. This coffee's almost done. But yeah, as I was saying, when it comes to like losing weight, like let's say if I was to just skip breakfast every day, within a week I would probably lose like 10 pounds just by skipping one meal a day. Oh, the 70% 5 to 8 reps. I know I used to do that all the time back in high school. So I know that there's like this big debate people have about like going to failure or not going to failure. I think they have a big channel. I think it's the Hodge twins. I think they talked about not going to failure. But I remember back in high school, a lot of these kids that were lifting, like every set they did, they would go to failure, and then like they wonder why they didn't recover. Like when I'm training, I never go to failure. Not that often. Like the only time I ever will is more of like to figure out where am I at, or to like mentally push myself to see what I'm physically capable of. But I did a lot of like the 8 rep stuff back in high school. They would have us do like 3 by 8. But yeah, that was a while ago. That was like, man, that was like maybe 14 years ago or something like that. I think that's Spanish. I don't think I'm going to pronounce it right if I read it. Hola, caballero. Tienes un gran talento admirable. Tus debujos, saludos. I don't know Spanish, but I think if I read that, can I decipher out of it? I think it says, hello, admire, talent, and salute. I don't know. I don't know Spanish. I think I know like 2 or 3 words in Spanish, and that's pretty much it. Yeah, as far as the rep range, I usually do like I'm trying to think how to explain this. It'll be I don't go to failure when I'm doing like 5 sets of 5. But what I started doing, I figured out that worked pretty good for me, is doing like 5 sets of 5 or 4 sets of 6. But I like doing the 5 sets of 5. And so like my first set is like kind of my first set, but warm up. And then I have like 4 actual sets of where I'm, kind of pushing myself, but not too much. Like I would say let's say I'm doing, I don't know, let's say deadlift. First set will be, I'll focus on getting the technique. No, just making sure the technique is perfect. So I'll warm up for 135. So my first set would be 225, and then I'll do five reps, and then I'll do 225 again, and then I'll do maybe 225 again, and then maybe 275, and then 315, or I'll do 225, 225, 315, and then 405, and then I'll do like kind of a heavy single at about maybe 90% of my max, and then I'll do a drop set of high reps, so I'll like kind of mix it up a bit. Thank you for the translation. Maybe I should learn some new languages. I know a couple of random words in like German, like 2 in Spanish, a couple in Tagalog, a couple of Mandarin, a couple in Japanese. But I don't know if I even remember if I'm saying them properly. I never had to take any classes in high school for language. I think I should get better at English first before I try to get better at other languages, maybe. Especially when it comes to writing, like sentence structure. I'm horrible at sentence structure. Like I always forget like where you put a comma. Like I know that if you're typing something out, like a list of stuff, like if I say I'm going to draw, comma, doodle, comma, paint, comma, edit video, and do streaming. No, you wouldn't put a comma after the last one was an and. Last time I ever did anything with sentence structure and all that was like back in maybe 10th grade, I think. I don't remember. I think the last time I actually read a book was because I had to back in middle school. I try to read a book now. I read the first page and then I'm like, what did I just read? I don't remember. And then I'll reread that again about 10 times and then I'm like, what did I just read? I'll try to get this mental image in my head. Like, let's say you're reading something and it says, once upon a time, such and such and blah, 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 about, I don't know, somebody living somewhere in a castle and there's a dragon and all this stuff, right? So when you're reading it, you start thinking about, you get a mental image in your head of all that. But sometimes when I'm reading, like I'll try to read, like when I try to read a book, my mind would start making up its own story along with it as I'm reading it. I'd be like, oh, well, what if this? What if that? So I'd read the first page and then I'd have to reread it because I wanted to try to make my own story with it that I thought it would make more sense or something. One second. I will be back in like 1 minute. I'm going to rinse out this cup real quick. Brush my teeth. only lost like 6 pounds, and I feel like my shorts do not fit me anymore. The other day I went to put on it was a pair of pants. It was ones I always wear for work, and I had to wear a belt for them. And before, I never had to, even though I lost 6 pounds. How is it? Eyeglasses always get so dirty, even after I clean them. Like 2 hours ago. You do warm up, then a few heavy sets, drop down the weight for a few, then go back to heavier. Yeah. I know that, like, I forget how many reps it is that they say that you have to do to fix an incorrect muscular pattern or something. Like if you do something with an incorrect form, they say it takes like 10 times as many reps to correct it. Man, my neck. I tell you, my shoulders and chest and triceps are so sore, and I did not even push myself. Like the only time I pushed myself hard was like maybe 70% effort on that last set for bench press of 185 for 5. But everything else, I was giving like maybe 20% effort. And I feel like I worked out for 6 hours. As far as stories, yeah, one thing I think for me is that, speaking of stories, is sometimes when somebody asks me a question and I'm talking about something, it's kind of like I'm thinking out loud of what I'm wanting to say. And I've been told several times that I never get to the point. But at the same time, a lot of times if I don't tell them like the story up to the point, or like why, like let's say somebody asks you, hey, how's it going, Joe? Like let's say somebody asks you a question of let's see, what is your favorite hobby? And let's say you just tell them, oh, my favorite hobby is, let me think of something that's random. Let me think of something really random. What is a really strange hobby someone could have? Collecting, nail clippers? Collecting, what's something else? I don't know. Somebody that collects shower curtains? I don't know. Let's say somebody has a completely random and strange hobby. And you ask them, and they just tell you. Then you're going to want to know, like, why is that? Now, like, let's say, like in my town, there's not really anybody that I know of that has really much of interest in art. Most of the people that live in my town they're probably like, most of them are in their 50s. They just like work full time, and they don't seem to really do anything outside of work. Like, you know, they take care of their kids and stuff. They watch TV and they work, and that's practically it. So like if somebody asks me, what is you, like in this town or at work, they'll ask me, what is your hobby? Like, what is something you like to do? And I tell them, drawing, and I'll show them a picture of my phone of a drawing I do. If I was to just directly answer the question, be like, drawing, and there's a picture of my phone, and they see the drawing and they don't even know what they're looking at. It's so weird looking, abstract. And then they ask me why I draw that way. It's kind of hard to explain. It's like there's a lot involved in it because of like how I got to draw that way, or like the events that happened in my life. They might not even understand or know why unless I explained it to them. So, anyone in your family have muscle wasting illness? I don't think I've heard of that. I've heard of other terms that's related to it, but Joe, yeah, people collect anything. Yeah, I guess I collect pens. Well, sort of. I mean, I'm a very frugal person in that I like saving money. but at the same time, I like to have a lot of variety of pens to draw with. Sometimes I'll buy a pen, I don't ever really use it, but there's no point in me really reselling it, because the cost to ship it and resell it, it costs more than what I paid for the pen. Maybe in the future, if I have like a big enough following, I could like mail stuff to people, or like mail something out to people. Can you hear your inner voice? Let me think how to answer that. Inner voice. Yeah, but like, let's say something very simple. Like if somebody asked me a simple question of what is your favorite exercise? What is your favorite thing to draw? Like there's so many, like I have one thing I have a hard time trying to pick a lot of times is like a favorite of something, because let's say somebody asks me what's your favorite pen to draw with. That depends on the situation. So one, the situation depends on my mood, depends on what's going on in my life. It depends on the type of paper I'm drawing on. It depends on the time of day. It depends on what I've ate. It depends on if I've worked out or not. Like there's so many variables that'll affect like what my favorite pen is at a certain point. Like if I'm in the mood for drawing more line art rather than like intricate detail stuff, I'll use my fountain pen. So in that moment, my fountain pen's better. Like I think that's how I think of a lot of stuff when I'm asked like what is my favorite of something. I don't really like if somebody asks me what's your favorite food, it always changes all the time. But I think that a lot of times when I'm asked stuff, I don't really know. Like, I don't have like one answer. If that makes any sense. There it is. The chat went away. I was trying to find where it went. Okay, so as I was saying, as far as like picking a favorite or like getting to a point of something, I think one thing is like depending on what the topic is of what somebody asked me, like let's say if somebody had a strange interest or hobby or whatever, and you just gave them one answer, but didn't explain it to them, then they might not understand or it might not make sense to them. But I don't know. Like I think it would be pretty boring if you talked to people and everything was like one-word answers without any context or story or anything involved. Like, let's say you're talking to somebody and you're like, "Hi," and they say hi, and then they're like, "Weather." Other person says 72. Other person says good. Another person says bye. Another person says thank you. That would be a pretty boring conversation. I think some people have responded like that. You know how you have somebody that, like, let's say you meet somebody new or a friend or whatever, and they give you like one word responses for like an email or a text, and like you ask them, "Hey, what's up? How's everything going? How's your day? So what have you been up to?" Question mark. And they'll just say good. And it's like, I don't know. I mean, like for me, I usually prefer, like if I had to choose between talking on the phone or texting or email or something, I would probably prefer it. Even with that, I can't pick a favorite. It depends on what I'm doing. Like if I'm streaming, I would rather respond by text. But if I'm just drawing and not streaming, and I have the audio off, and I'll just talk on the phone. But yeah, yeah, definitely one of the responses. Um, one thing I've had happen before. I don't know if any of you have had this issue before. But let's say you have somebody that wants to like you make a new friend or somebody that wants to hang out with you. Um, like let's say you go to make a new friend and you have their number and you text them and they give you like one word responses and then they never want to hang out or nothing. That never made sense to me. I don't know if it's just people want to have like a large quantity of contacts or friends. Like, I don't use any social media. I mean, I guess this is social media, but I don't use any like of the main social medias or anything. But it never made sense to me how like someone would like give me a friend request or they want to be my friend and text me or something, and yet they would either never respond to my text, never respond to my emails or calls, and if I did text them, they would respond like a week later with one word, or they would seem so excited to meet me at first, and like when I would meet them in person, like out in public, and let's say you're texting them and you want to hang out with them, but then they never want to hang out. I don't know. It's just kind of like I don't understand that. Just weird. But like I had a while back, this one guy I was friends with, and I I quit being his friend sort of because he only wanted to hang out with me when he wanted something. Like for example, if he like needed money or needed help with something, all of a sudden he wanted to hang out, and I was like, okay. I was like, no, I'm good. And then I I think it wasn't anything major, but I had like a question or I needed help with something, and I like never got a response back or nothing. He just like disappeared. Like how convenient. But like now I think like, there's so much with social media and everything, but yet um it's kind of like a lot of people present themselves as a certain way when they're not really like that. And I don't know, it's just strange. It's kind of like how I told you about when I would meet somebody in person, they would want to be friends or something. And I got this hair. I don't know if it's my eyelash or if it won't go away. But you would meet them in person. They seemed all excited to talk to you and get to know you. And then you would have their number and text them, or you call them. They wouldn't answer. Or let's say you had any form of social media. They would like message you first, be like, "Hey, how's it going?" And you'd be like, "Good," and you would know who they are. And then they would send you a friend request, and they'd be a real person and everything. But they would show interest in talking to you, and then you would add them as a friend. And then after that, they like didn't talk to you. I don't know if it was maybe they just want to have like a high friend count. I don't know, but um, I don't know. Hmm. I think like for me, I know that I forget. There's some study they did one time about like how many friends somebody can actually have to keep up with. I think it was like I don't know, was it like 150 or something that you could actually be friends with in person on a daily basis, and any more than that, you couldn't actually keep up or remember or keep track of all the stuff. But uh, I joked with somebody one time, and I think we were talking about that. I'm like, friends, where do you get those at? Um, But I always prefer to have like, a couple of close friends than like the very surface level stuff to where it's like the people that only want to talk to you when they want something or need something or attention or whatever. But yeah. Yeah, like I've known people that they would have like their social media to where they would like present a certain like lifestyle or something about themselves. Um and yet when I would meet them in person and talk to them when we weren't in public, um they were just depressed and always negative, and I'm like, or they would only be obsessed about like when I would go to hang out with them, they would just want to like take photos and like post things of like how their life supposedly is. Um, I don't know, if I it wouldn't make sense like for me if I was to take a bunch of like photos of it as if I'm doing all these things. Like I'm so busy working and doing stuff that I don't really have time to like take a picture, make tags for it, post it, and I don't know. It just kind of it just feels too, what's the word? Unofficial, unoriginal, not me. To it, I guess it would be like if I was to try to act as if I'm, I don't know. I guess it wouldn't work if I tried to say singer because you actually have to sing and I can't sing. But let's say if somebody was to act like they are a millionaire or something and like take photos as if they're uh, traveling all over or something, and then like add tags to it when uh, they're not actually doing that. I don't know. Just I would just feel too. It would just feel too fake to be that way. Like I don't know. It would affect my thinking too much. I wouldn't even. Yeah. But yeah, I think with a lot of social media stuff today, like everything that is like there's like it seems like a shorter attention span with a lot of things to where um like you'll see a lot of like those 30-second video clips of stuff, and things can be taken out of context in like a 30-second video. Like if you were to take any 30-second section of any video, it could be taken out of context and you wouldn't even know what the person is talking about. And I think that because there's so much information about everything out there, that because people are interacting with so many people, that there's less of a deeper connection between one person to another, that they don't really get to know people that well. And so then they're like more focused on having a lot of friends at a surface level rather than like actual long-term friendships. Yeah. It's like if I was to, let's say I took a job that was let me think of two things that are completely opposite that I wouldn't have interest in or that I'm bad at. Like let's say if I was to take a job to where let's see here. If I was to be someone that answered phone calls all day that involved, I don't know, some form of mathematics where you help people. I'm horrible at math, and I think that trying to help people at something I know nothing about and like pretending that I do, that would just it would drive me crazy. I wouldn't be able to do it. I would just it would feel too It wouldn't feel right. Like the things that I'm not good at with drawing, like I'm not very good at like trying to draw something from memory that is like a portrait. Like let's say if I see somebody and I want to redraw that like in ink or graphite or something, I have a really hard time trying to like remember the angles and the proportions and everything. And so it will kind of be like if I tried to pretend that I can draw portraits but not actually drawing them. Like let's say if somebody like didn't even show themselves drawing it, but then posted that they drew that. It would be, and let's say it's very good or amazing, and it's a like the finished work of it's really good, but you never see their process or anything. You would probably question whether or not they actually made it or created that. Is it too bright in the camera? I don't know. You let me know. I don't know how long. I think you think it's possible I can do a 12-hour stream today. I don't know. I think there's a couple things I have to do later on today. Well, I already paid my electric in advance. I've been doing that. I've been paying like 2 or 3 months ahead. Yeah, I mean, I've read before some tips people have given me about, like, let's say growing your channel and stuff, and they would talk about let's say, making your videos a certain way, making your content a certain way, talking about certain topics and stuff. And but the thing is that it was like you have to be try to be a certain way, or try to be a certain personality, or present yourself a certain way. And how do I put this? It didn't feel like a very honest thing to do. Like if I tried to make a bunch of videos, or a channel to where I'm not actually doing the stuff that I have interest in. Like let's say if most people had interest in something, and let's say everybody wanted to see portrait drawing, like time-lapse portrait drawing, but I have interest in doing abstract and doodles, just because there is more of a demand for that. I would feel like I'm trying to do something or be something I'm not, and then try to make videos a certain way, or try to be a certain type of person. And then I think that would kind of affect me in other areas of my life, to where maybe with family or friends or other people, I wouldn't really be as honest, really. Like you would have, eventually it's going to start affecting other areas of your life. Like if I was to just make videos a certain way, to where like everything's very hyperactive, like they started up and I'm like, hey everybody, welcome to the channel today. I was like over hyperactive, talked really fast with like stuff flying everywhere in the screen. That seems to be like what people use a lot for like making videos. I don't know, I think maybe it's because there's not as much of an attention span on things. I don't know. What do you think? I'm getting pretty hungry. I did eat this morning, but I think probably make some more food here. But I don't know how long I'm going to stream today. I think what I'll do is I'll stream, but I'll take like breaks in between to eat and whatnot. And then I'll maybe switch to doing some drawing, 'cause I haven't even really drawn yet this morning. I gotta find the chat. There it is. It disappeared on me again. There, it's loading. I'm still trying to get I'm still trying to get this thing to upload a thumbnail, but it doesn't seem to want to work. Edit video. I think maybe the video is too bright. Let's test this. Is that too dark or too bright? Is it too dark now, or should I make it brighter? I think if I make it brighter, though, you can't see the chat in the side very well over here on this side. It seems okay on my screen. Have you ever used chalk to do a noodle at a park? Maybe when I was like 5 or 6, I think. I don't think I've ever tried that. Although, I think there's, what's his name? I think at this point everybody knows who he is. Peter Draws. He had one video. It was a long time ago he did. And it was before he was, really popular on YouTube. He, had this video where he took this chalk and did like a big drawing on this basketball court. I think he released it in like what, 2014, 13, I don't know, it was a long time ago. But what is on, something is on my leg. I don't know, it was a tiny scratch on my leg, and there was a bump. Stretch. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I think it does look better now. Well, I had the brightness set a certain way, and I started the stream a while ago, so the sun came up more, and then it got too bright. I think this might be the longest I've streamed while like having my webcam on talking to people, because I've done a lot of streams where I just sat there and doodle, and I don't really talk that much. I don't know what it is, but for some reason I have a hard time trying to like talk about serious or like deep topics while I'm drawing. I don't know, it's like my brain doesn't want to do both at the same time. I don't know what the deal is. But I think it's just, well, like if I do something that I have interest in, I can focus on it really good and do it a long time. But it's like I'm putting so much effort, like not really effort, I'm just, well, sort of. I guess I'm putting so much effort into doing one thing that I try to do both, and that's kind of takes away from doing one thing. I mean, it would be the same as if, let's say, you tried to do powerlifting and bodybuilding. You would do better if you focused, like if you wanted to get better at powerlifting, if you did powerlifting and bodybuilding, but like you train both of those, but you're let's say you entered in powerlifting meets, you would do better if you train specifically for powerlifting than you would if you did bodybuilding and powerlifting. And the same for if you did bodybuilding, if that even makes any sense, if that's a good comparison. Yeah, like when I'm making my doodles or drawings, I don't like I'm like I'll think about stuff, but I'll do drawings for like a couple hours and I don't even remember the entire process of doing the drawing. And like if I'm like listening to a podcast or kind of like watching a documentary, but more so listening to it because I'm like watching the papers I'm drawing. If I'm listening to a podcast and music while I'm drawing, I don't even remember most of the drawing, and then I'm done, and then multiple hours have passed by, and by then it's like, well, time for another doodle. Half the day is over, and I don't remember most of it because I've had people ask me like what I'm thinking about when I'm drawing. I don't remember a lot of what I'm thinking about. It's kind of just in the moment, and I think I just put a lot of my thought, like I'm just focused on the drawing, and so then I just make it, and yeah, I don't know, maybe that doesn't make any sense. I'll be back in a second. I'm going to give myself some food really quick. Yeah, I think drawing is a lot like meditation. You just kind of focus on one thing. I made myself some oatmeal again. I put blueberries in it, but it's still it's too hot to eat yet. How long do you think I should grow my hair? I think this is probably um, the longest I've ever had my hair. Maybe once when I was a kid it was longer, but I was told like when my hair was really short. I think it was last summer when I completely shaved my head. I was like pretty much bald, and a lot of people thought I was like in the military or something. And I kind of just always looked angry when I was my hair was so short that I was practically bald. But after I finish this oatmeal, I'll probably get started on doing a doodle. Oh, as far as the water temple, like for the Legend of Zelda, um, yeah, that was an annoying one. I don't know why, but it was an easy level. It was like let me find it. I don't remember the name of it. It was one of the dungeons in it. I think it was Jabu Jabu. It was the part where you had to throw like this boomerang. I don't know why, but for some reason I got to that part in the game and I was like, how am I supposed to get this boomerang over there? I think it was one part of the game where you didn't have like the fairy with you, so you had to like do it manually. So let's see here. What else could I talk about? Oh, some other Zelda games I played. Um, as far as like the ones I spent the most time playing, it would be Ocarina of Time, Link to the Past, and The Wind Waker. When I played the Wind Waker one, I did not realize that you had like you could travel faster by putting up. I think it's called. What was it called? It was for the boat. It would make the boat travel faster. I know the word, but I'm forgetting it. So the boat was traveling for me at the slowest speed possible. It took me all day to get from one part of the game to another one, and I didn't even know this when I was playing it, and so it took me forever to get anywhere. Then I realized when I was playing the game that I spent like a week traveling many hours to get places, and I was doing it the hard way. I was wondering, it's got a cat on it. I've had this one for like, I don't know, 8 years. Haven't worn it in a while. This is like what they call it, the mukbang ASMR eating video. Let me see if the thumbnail works yet. Probably doesn't. That cat outside is still trying to run around and catch the squirrel. Well, this is actually a different cat. It's like a tan colored cat. I wish there was a more comfortable way to draw, because if like when I'm drawing and I'm like looking down, my neck starts hurting me. But if I draw with something up like on an easel, then my hand, like arm, goes numb because the blood's flowing down. But then if I was to draw with like my sketchbook on an easel, it would be a different angle, which means I have to change the light from in front of me or over me to behind me. But if the light was shining from behind me onto an easel, then it would cause a bunch of glare in my monitors and I wouldn't be able to see anything. Oh, so this is like a pool for, I was thinking of other type of pool, like playing pool. I haven't played pool in like, I don't know, 14 years. There's a lot of things I haven't done in 14 years. Like half of my life. It is already noon. How long have I been streaming now? Has it really been 3 hours already? 3.5? Well then, I think I'm gonna go for the streaming record then. Longest I've ever done a stream. In this chair, like when I'm sitting in it, like if I actually am setting this chair for drawing, I want to get a different chair that I can adjust the back of it, because so when I'm drawing, you want like, you don't want your arm like this when you're at a drawing table, and you don't want your arm like way down too far. You kind of want to be sort of at 90-degree angle with your arms when you're drawing. So this chair, for it to support my back, I have to sit back here, but then I'm like looking up towards my ceiling, and my hands are down here. so I can't see what I'm drawing. But then if I'm setting, and then to actually see my drawing, I would have to go like this, which then hurts my neck. I need a different chair. I want one where I can adjust the back of it to where the back can be up here, and I can have back support. And this chair is starting to fall apart. I've had it for like 4 years now. Part of like, I don't know, is it leather? I think it's like some cheap leather, but there's parts of it where it's coming apart, and I'm due for another chair because it makes it hard to draw very long when you're not comfortable. Tried to make your doodles, and all you can think about is my back and neck hurting me. Here goes the crazy cat again. There's a lot of people around here that have stray cats. Or they let their cats run around. I'm going to make up random questions and answer them to myself, so I actually have something to talk about, because if I don't, then I'll probably zone out and start thinking about stuff, and I probably won't be talking. Kind of like what happens when I'm drawing. Maybe I can find a random question generator. Okay, random question generator. I don't think I want to answer that question. Okay, who is the luckiest person you know? Luckiest person I know, that I know in person? Luckiest and unluckiest? Maybe possibly me? I don't know. Don't know the answer to that question. Let me look that up. I don't know. It sounds familiar. It says it's about the ability to not like see mental images. In a way, yeah. Like when I'm drawing, for example. I'm not actually drawing what I'm thinking of in my head. I'm drawing what I'm seeing on the paper that I'm creating. Like, let's say when I'm doodling and I'm making something, I'm not thinking of something in my head. Like, say for example, if I want to draw something and I'm thinking about like drawing, I don't know, a castle and a background landscape, it's just I start doodling and my hand makes the drawing kind of on its own. And then as I make certain shapes that look like something to me, I kind of like branch off of that and add stuff to it. So it's kind of like it's only like that mainly for like when I'm drawing. Same with if I try to draw something from memory, like I can remember it. And the weird thing is, the longer ago it was, the better I remember it than if it was like a minute ago. But And I thought it would be like how if you practice drawing something over and over, like let's say you practice figure drawing and drawing portraits and doing anatomy. I've done that for thousands of hours, and yet, um, even though I've done that, when I would go to draw something from memory, it's like I couldn't coordinate the image in my head with like what I'm drawing. I don't know if that makes any sense. I think that how do I put it? I don't know if that makes any sense. Like I guess it's kind of similar to how like when I'm drawing, I don't really think of anything. It's kind of just draw and it happens. And then like when I'm in the middle of drawing, I get hungry, or I need to get up and do something real quick. Like let's say, I don't know, like I need to eat or make some food, and like I'll start thinking about other stuff other than just thinking about the drawing. I don't know if anything I'm saying even makes any sense. What is that? I don't even know it. I gotta search what that word is. Pareidolia? The tendency to perceive a specific, often meaningful image in a random or ambiguous visual pattern. Seeing things that aren't there. Oh, you mean as far as like when I'm drawing something, I kind of like make up stuff with it? Like I branch off of it? Yeah, sort of like let's say I want to draw something, I don't have anything in mind. Like let's say I have my sketchbook, I might make like the border so that like I make a big square kind of, so I don't have to worry about the pen going off the side of the paper and catching on the side and damaging it, or the nib of the pen. But I'll kind of like just start in a section, or maybe do a small section, do another small section, and then I'll kind of go back and forth between the two. And then like let's say I'll kind of like draw a cloud, and then because I've drawn a cloud, it's like related to nature, and so because it's related to nature, I'll start drawing like organic stuff. Then I'll start drawing leaves automatically. Then because I'm drawing leaves, I might start to draw like part of a hand or a face. And because that's like a human form, then I'll branch off of that and start drawing like buildings sort of. But I don't ever really practice drawing anything architecture or anything that's like real world. It's all abstract. And so then it'll be kind of like a building, but in a weird form. Then I'll branch off of that, and then it goes into like maybe more clouds. But because I'm drawing clouds, I'll think of like smoke, then I'll like draw clouds coming off the buildings, and then like around them, and then I'll try to like layer stuff up on top of that to make it look more three-dimensional. And then usually when I'm like maybe halfway through a drawing, like 1/3 or 25%, I kind of just at that point I'm not really thinking or worried about what I should like put on the paper. Then I'm kind of just adding on to it. Like once I start having something on the paper, then I'm able to just kind of just finish the drawing. Like if I have a drawing that's halfway done, I can always finish it. But if I have a drawing to where I'm only like 10% of the way done, what I might have had intentionally wanted to draw, like if I wanted to draw a landscape with the background or something, what's already on there, it might completely change depending on what I'm thinking about or my mood and everything. Like looking in a cloud and seeing a bunny or dinosaur and making a mark to see them. Oh, dreams? I've actually never had a dream, oddly enough. So, I don't know if I've ever asked a doctor or anything about it. I might have. It's been a while since I've been to a doctor. Well, for anything other than like uh, other checkups, but like there's been times where I thought I had a dream, but I didn't have a dream. I was just awake, but laying there, and I was just thinking very deeply for like, I don't know, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour, or maybe even an hour. Sometimes I'll wake up in the morning, and if it's like my day off and I don't have to be at work or anything, or I don't have any plans, I'll be laying there for like maybe 30 minutes, and I'll just like be deeply thinking about something that I was thinking about the day before, or maybe something completely different. Like, uh, let's say I can be thinking about something before I go to bed that's like maybe bothering me, or that's on my mind, or something I have interest in, or something that I'm like focused on working on. Like, let's say if I get in the habit of drawing, doing the same thing every day, then I will automatically, as soon as I wake up, for like maybe half an hour, I'll just be like really focused and just thinking about that. And then I'll start working on it throughout the day. Like, if I wake up like the exact same time every day, and let's say every morning I get up, I make my coffee around the same time, I get up at the same time, I start doing the same thing at the same time. I get into a routine, and then when I wake up, for like, I can either just instantly get up and start doing it without having to think about it, or I'll wake up and just think really deeply for like half an hour about stuff that is related to what I'm focused on. Like if I'm focused on doing powerlifting, I'll wake up in the morning, I will either like when I wake up, I'm instantly awake. I remember when I was younger, it's kind of funny because other family members, as soon as I woke up, as soon as my eyes were open, I was out of the bed. So if I'm focused on drawing or powerlifting or something, as soon as I get up in the morning, I will just go and make breakfast or eat. And while I'm doing it, I'm just like deeply thinking about it in the zone. And then I just do that and I stay focused on it. But as far as dreams, I don't recall ever having any. And the times I thought I had a dream, it was just that I was thinking about something the day before or the night before, and or I was awake and I was just laying there thinking about it. But I don't know. It's weird. Like I thought that maybe I wasn't ever having dreams because I wasn't getting any deep sleep, but I always sleep. I would say I average between 7.5 to 8.5 hours. Probably I average like 8 hours of sleep per night. And I rarely ever wake up in the middle of the night. Like I would say out of like a year of sleeping, there's maybe only like 1 or 2 times that I ever get up like through my sleep, and that's only if I have to like really go to the restroom or something. That's pretty much it. But I always sleep the entire time, and I feel rested. But I don't have any dreams. I don't know. It's weird. So. Hmm. Well, if I would say if I slept like less than, let's say I slept 6 hours a night. If I do that 2 nights, I'm completely exhausted. Like I have to sleep like 9 hours, multiple nights in a row. Then, but if I sleep my usual 8 hours every night, I'm perfectly fine. The 4 hours of sleep, if I did 4 hours of sleep 2 days in a row, I would have no motivation. I wouldn't have any strength. I would try to work out. I wouldn't be able to do many reps. I wouldn't be able to lift that much weight. I wouldn't be very creative, and I would just kind of just lay there and feel unmotivated. So I know I'm getting enough sleep, because I can definitely tell if I don't. What was that thing? I think it's sleep paralysis, it's called. It's where it's like your body wakes up, but, or like, I think it's one of the two, like your mind wakes up but your body's still sleeping. I had that happen a couple of times before. It's really strange because because either two things. Either because I have issues with my memory, I can't remember the dream, so I have no memory recall. Well, maybe 3 or 4 different things. So either I don't have any memory recall to dreams because I have memory issues, or 2, maybe somehow my body is not going into REM sleep, which is like a type of deep sleep, rapid eye movement, which I'm pretty sure I am, because if I never did, I would be exhausted and I would never be able to recover from lifting or endurance running or anything. 3, maybe I actually just don't have dreams for some reason. But but the couple, it's only been like, I don't know how many times. It hasn't been that many times. It has been maybe 5 or 6 times, maybe 5 times in my whole life. I was like sleep paralysis. This is really weird because I don't have dreams, or that I remember. So the last time I think it happened was like 2, no, it might have been 3 years ago, and it was I don't know, it was like sometime in the middle of the night, or like really early in the morning through my sleep. I remember I woke up and I'm laying there, but I couldn't move my body, but like I was awake and I could like look around, but I couldn't move. And like I was aware, I was like, okay, this is stupid. I'm just going back to sleep. So I was like, there's no point in trying to do anything. I can't move. So I just closed my eyes and went back to sleep. But I've read about how that's happened to people, and they get like, they kind of freak out and kind of panic. But I just woke up and I was like, I don't know what this is. And I'm like, well, I kind of looked around and I just went back to sleep, and then I was fine. Don't know why that happens. No, I don't think I ever saw anything. I remember seeing anything. It was just I woke up and I was like, this is really weird. And then I just went back to sleep. Setting a clock, wake up 4 hours and then go back to sleep. Well, the times that I have woken up, like early, or like part way through my sleep, like let's say if, I don't know, neighbors are being loud, or well, as far as the times where I wake up part way through my sleep, like that has nothing to do with any loud sounds or anything. There was a point when I had, when I lived at a different place, I had neighbors that were playing music really loud at night, and there were just people that I'd lived by that were kind of loud, and they stayed up really late. So there was many times where like I always do a lot of creative stuff, and so I'm always thinking about a lot of things, doing creative stuff. So there were times where I'd wake up partway through my sleep, and yet still there's no memory recall of any dreams. So I don't know. Yeah. I don't think I ever seen anything, or like thought there was anything there. It was just, I knew it was something different, and I was like, whatever. I'm like, this is weird. I'm just going back to sleep. But as far as like my sleep schedule, I pretty much kind of sleep around the same time. Like now I've been getting up earlier for work, and so I go to bed a lot earlier. And I've went to bed at completely different times depending on what job I had. I've had times where I worked at like really early in the morning, like 2 in the morning. So I went to bed like 4 p.m. or something. I've had other jobs where I'd have to be at work until 4 p.m. and I'd go to bed at like 3 in the morning or 4 in the morning. I've had many different sleeping patterns and schedules, but still no dreams. Maybe just horrible recall of it. I don't know if that would have anything to do with working memory. Have I had any? Try setting a clock. Have I ever had any unexplainable experiences? No, not that I know of or remember. It's kind of like it's like for me, when I go to bed at night or go to sleep, it's kind of like I'm just laying there in bed. I'm like, okay, I'm tired. I've got stuff to do tomorrow morning, so I need to go to sleep. So I'll just lay down. I might lay there for like 5 minutes, kind of think of stuff, but I try not to think about too many things. I'll just lay there. It's kind of like 5 or 10 minutes of what's similar to meditating, where I don't think about anything, and I just let myself fall asleep. So it's kind of like I'm laying there for a minute or two. It's like I blink and then I'm awake again. That's pretty much it. It's pretty boring. I don't have any crazy dreams or anything. And another random thing is I've never, other than some like maybe when I was younger, which was like, well, if I was actually get into it, it'd be too personal to explain to you. But as far as like headaches, I've never actually had a headache. I don't know how or why. Maybe I'm not using my brain enough. I don't know. I think that even the times when I had to do like a really difficult subject, like in school, when I had to do, let's say it was like a math class, which I'm horrible at math, so I would study for many hours and just obsessively try to pass that class, focus on it really hard. It was something I didn't have interest in that was difficult for me to learn and remember, and I would try really hard. Still never got any headaches or anything. I just got, like, I couldn't remember it. And I struggled with it. I would get really tired from trying to think so hard to do it, but never got any headaches. I guess maybe I'm just lucky. Maybe that answers your question about who's the luckiest person I know. Well, that was my random question generator. Luckiest person I know, maybe me, because I've never had a headache. Have I ever almost drowned? Yeah, I think a whole bunch when I was younger. It happened many times. I think it was part of why, well, I never tried to swim, or I didn't swim until like maybe a year ago. I just jumped into a pool and I just swam to the other side and back. Only problem is once I stopped, I would just sink. I sink like a rock. I think that's because I'm really low body fat, and what I do have is just muscle. So there's not really much to float. But I tell you, swimming is very tiring. Can you hear the air conditioner in the background? Maybe. I think it's picking it up on here, but I've never seen it for a Bigfoot. Yeah, my own feet. I have huge feet, I guess. I think I wear like, well, sort of, but like when I get shoes, I have to always get the wide. I think like it depends on the brand, like as far as shoe size. Like the perfect for me, I think it's New Balance or Skechers, like 11.5 like, what was it, 2E or 2 extra wide. It's either that or like a size 12 or 13. It depends on the shoe. I did get these shoes one time that were supposed to be for sprinting. I got them like, let's see, 4 or 5, 7, it was like 8 years ago, and they were Pumas, and they were size 13, so I got a larger size. So I heard that they the sizes run like smaller than what other shoe sizes are for the same size. So I got 13s, and they were like an inch and a half longer than my other shoes that were 13, but like way more narrow. It was really weird. What are those, like, I think they're called Vibrance 5 Fingers shoes or something like that? I think I've heard about people wearing those in the gym, and like a weight will fall on them. I guess it's better protection if you're barefoot though. What if you had feet that were so big you could just use them as flippers and just swim around? What if it was a Komodo dragon? I would just walk away, as long as it didn't try to bite me. What was that dragon from Lord of the Rings? Smaug or whatever. I know that when I watched the movie, I expected it to be like more, like scary or something, or more. How do you put it? Like, I guess it's kind of the feeling I got when I went from playing Diablo 2 to Diablo 3. Diablo 2 was more of like a dark themed game, to where everything was more scary, kind of like it tried to be dark. Diablo 3 was like, I don't know, it wasn't as dark themed. What do I think about Stellar Marsmatic 700? Is that what is it? This is the Marsmatic 0.35. No, I think, let me see here. Marsmatic 700. Marsmatic 700. I don't know if I have this pen. Let's see here. I'm pretty sure that is the Marsmatic 700. Because this just says Stellar Marsmatic 0.35 ISO. Or is that an older design? Because it looks pretty much the same. I think it might be the same one. This one? I've been drawing with this more than any of the other pins recently. I'd say like the past, I don't know, year. It does make a little bit wider lines. Like the 0.35 is a little bit wider than the Roaching 0.35, but so far this one's been working pretty good for me. Haven't really had any issues. I've been drawing with this thing constantly every day, and maybe it's because the line width is slightly wider, that ink doesn't get clogged up in it as much. So maybe that's the only possibility. I am maybe looking into getting the Stellar Marsmatic 0.25. I want a little bit thinner of a line width than the 0.35. Touch Cool, bro. Let me look that up. Touch Cool. I looked that brand up and I don't see anything. Oh, the Marsmatic? Yeah, I use Roaching ink with it. I've got I've just been using the Roaching ink for this. I did have this other ink that I got. It was what was it called? Shit, let me think here. I'm trying to remember the name of it. It was a different type of ink I bought a couple years ago. It was an off-brand. It was cheap. Prismatic Rotary. Isomars. It was Isomars technical drawing pen ink. I've got like 40 bottles of that stuff, so I won't run out. And I've had the Rotring ink for like 3 years, and I still haven't. I'm only like halfway through it in 3 years. So it lasts quite a while. I do a lot of drawing, but I have used some of the other Isomars. I keep getting Isomars and Marsmatic mixed up. The Isomars was like this off-brand technical pen, and you could get Isomars ink. It was like this cheaper ink, but it seemed like there was a little bit more of an issue with the Isomars ink drying up, a little bit more so than the Rotring. Touch Cool markers. Let me see if I can find it. Clickety clack clack type. They look like Copic markers, kind of, from the top of it. They're square. Touch Cool, 204 colors, alcohol based. Oh, does that go to 0.003? I'll have to try those sometime then. What if they made a I don't know why. You went to type a message where it says she got me the micro pens, and for some reason it said this message is held for review. I'm like, how is that? Why would that need to be held for review? Just checking stuff on the stream, making sure everything's working. Yep, it's all working. Pareidolia. Yeah, that whole thing about pareidolia, it's like, it's not like I'm seeing things that aren't there. It's like when I'm drawing, it's like my mind just makes up stuff, branches off of it when I'm doodling. I'm not quite sure how to explain it. Micro pens? I'm gonna finish up this oatmeal, I'll be back in a second. I'll be right back. Mind Palace? I'm gonna look it up. Mind Palace. Basic principle of Mind Palace techniques is that the places you know very well can help you remember large portions of information. The Mind Palace is a collective name, but it can be any location you are familiar with. Many people use the image of a particular room in their gnome. No, but I think if I tried that, it would confuse me. Like, if I tried to imagine parts of my apartment that were where I store certain memories, then what happens if I move? And then I move to a different apartment or a different place. I'd have to re-sort those in different locations again. So I think it would be kind of, would that only work if you're living in one place, like, permanently? Or... So I think if I tried that, I don't know. I think if I tried it, I would probably kind of confuse myself. I'll probably walk into a room thinking that something's there that's not there. Be like, oh, this is the room where I put my pens. I don't know. How did I learn to draw? I pretty much just started drawing when I was like, I don't know, maybe 4 years old. And then I never took any drawing classes or anything. I just kept drawing whatever I wanted. I kept drawing a large variety of things. Like when I was a kid, I would always draw like dinosaurs and stick figures and different landscapes, and I tried to draw portraits, and I would use pens and crayons and graphite, charcoal, different kinds of things. Gel pens, ballpoint pens. I never really started using technical pens until I was 22, I think, 21 and 22. So it was about 9 years ago when I started actually using technical pens. But when I use them on a regular basis would be about 4 years ago. Price of rotating isograph in America, I think it's like, depending on the nib size, you get like the different sizes of nibs are different prices. So I think some of them are like $28. Other ones might be $43, but the average price is probably going to be like $35 USD. Oh, my neck. I gotta stretch. I feel like today's been so long. Because I haven't streamed this long talking about random stuff. It's less expensive in France. Yeah. One time I did buy something online a long time ago. I think it was like a computer part or something, and I bought it from a different country, and that country had it for like a quarter of the price that they were selling it in the United States. So I bought it there. I don't remember what it was. I think it was a part for a computer one time. But it was a lot cheaper. know, it's really weird right now. I feel motivated to do a lot of stuff, but my mind feels kind of sleepy. Not really sleepy, but kind of I don't know, maybe a little bit tired from talking this long. Like the most I talk is usually like maybe 30-second to like 1 minute intervals throughout the day at work. Whereas I've been talking now for like, what, 4 hours? Something like that. So that's like, a whole year worth of talking that I do at work, maybe. Well, probably not that long, maybe a couple months or something. How's the video quality? I tried to fix to where it looked better. There's like this type of filter I can put on the video, and it was like action movie, because before like all the white colors in this image was like green looking. So I think it didn't have the right or the proper white balance. I tried to put it on auto white balance with no filter, and everything was like bluish white. There wasn't much color. I think I might start a doodle here in a second. One moment. I'll be back in like 1 minute. I'm going to stretch real quick and use my foam roller thing. Yeah, I when I set it to auto white balance, it makes everything like all the whites, like when it tries to match up the white balance for the white colors in the video, like the white lettering, the white wall, it then makes my skin like super weird color. Like it made it like a bluish pale white. It was weird. And then when I turned the white balance off and selected my own white balance, the background, like the white color in the background of the wall was like green. So then when I tried to make the white balance or manually to where the white lettering in the shirt was white, it made what is in the video that should actually be like a warmer color, it made it like green or like I don't know, it wasn't working either way. When I tried to do auto white balance, it was making things too like bluish. But when I did it manually, when I got to the point to where I changed the slider for the white balance to where the white lettering was white rather than being like a red hue a little bit or a greenish or a blue, whenever it was actually like white lettering, the colors in the video were off. So I set to auto white balance and then put a filter on it and the filter was like action movie. and then it seems more balanced out as far as the contrast and the lighting and colors. I think I might start doing a doodle here now. Let's see, what was I on? I was doing this weird thing. You can probably see it better now. Before, because the white balance or the brightness was too high. Whatever this strange thing is. You know, now that I think about it, I wonder. Let me test something. I want to set my camcorder up real quick and see if I can get the lighting to look better. Kind of got the sniffles. Yeah. It's the same with like how do I put it? Like with a DSLR or a camcorder or any camera, it's like you have to have certain settings for to actually see the proper color. Like with your eyes, you always see the color that is being represented from the sunlight, and so your eyes just see that. But with a camera, it's like it adjusts. Like if I'm in a room to where the light is a warm color, if the light color changes, your eyes can see the difference. But the camera, like if I have in a warm room and you have set a certain way, or even auto, it doesn't do it properly. But I don't know. That's a whole different topic. I'm not getting into that. That'd be all technical, and I think some of it I wouldn't know how to explain or know the details to know what I'm talking about. But anyways, I'm going to set it to my camcorder. Let me turn this on real quick. I tried to I've got my air conditioner on to keep it cooler in here, but now my feet are cold, so let me get some socks really quick. Oh, there, now my audio's on. But as far as doing, I think like posting art in a community like that, they probably would still think my drawings are weird, because I think a lot of it is just that it's all the weird stuff that's happened in my life. I just incorporate all that into my doodles. But yeah, I think I should probably like stretch every 20 minutes during the stream, or 15, I don't know, so that my neck doesn't start hurting me. Let me switch to this here. Can you still hear me? You should be able to. So now what I'm going to do is let me know what you think of the video quality when I set this to my one monitor like is showing this as a duller color than the other one. Okay, camcorder properties. Hold on a second, let me set. Okay, that's not it. I need to do filters. There it is. Filter and set the filter to action movie. Does that look better? That or this? This is no filter. This is action movie. I think that makes it look more colorful, sort of. Like, it looks clear, like there's like less noise or something. So this is with action movie filter on. Now this is with it off. The paper looks kind of green. And with this, I don't know, I think it looks better this way. What do you think? Let me try and see if I can add. Noise suppression? I don't think I notice any difference. I don't even notice any difference with that. I don't know. Which one looks better as far as the like the contrast and brightness, how it is here, or on this? And this is dramatic. This one's probably going to be like, I don't know, maybe too bright. That one looks really weird. That one's like green. My hand looks red. So either none or action movie. I'm moving my hand around because it adjusts the brightness. Like when I go like this, or if I do that, no, it's really bright because I got it set to auto. I think, well, my microphone I have is like kind of farther away from me now because I'm facing the other direction. Okay. I think it might just be maybe this monitor, because the one monitor I have, like I've got all of my monitors, almost said water, all of my monitors set to the same white balance, everything for all four of my monitors. Two of my monitors that I have are exact same monitors, the exact same ones I bought at the same time that are all set up the same, but they're showing a slightly different color. My left monitor shows more contrast, more cool color, whereas the right monitor is not quite as sharp. I don't know. about this one? Okay. I think maybe it's just on my end of the monitor. There we go. I've got all these pillows in my chair, so that the chair actually has cushion because the cushion is like flattened now from using this chair for so long. But how's the volume right now? I mean, the microphone is a little bit farther away from me. Okay, good. Awesome. Awesome. This pen takes so long to draw anything because the lines are so small, but if I use the 0.35 staler, the lines are too thick. As far as streaming compared to like making videos, as I said before, that I find streaming a lot more convenient than if I'm making videos all the time. I can kind of just turn the camera on, start drawing. I don't have to spend time editing video and doing all that other stuff, like making sure the video is recording good, making sure the lighting and all this, then editing the video, putting things together, and then but it's a lot more convenient. I can get more drawings done because I do want to work on. I'm in the process of putting together some like art books and coloring books and stuff like that. I've thought about maybe making sort of an audio book, but I haven't actually looked into the process of how you'd make one of those, or how I would do that. I mean, I don't even have a book written, so I would have to write a book first, I guess, before I have an audio book. Or yeah. After all, that is what an audiobook is. It's a book that someone reads. They read it to you. And I think that you can get a better interaction streaming than you can like making a video. I think the advantage that making a video has is that you can like get to the point, like exactly what it is. Like, let's say you're streaming and you want to talk about something, you can go more in depth about it, kind of at the moment, and people can ask you questions. Whereas like, the advantage of making a video is you can condense a lot of information into a short amount of time. But I think that the advantage of streaming, or maybe, streaming something that people have questions about, is like, let's say somebody asks you a question about something while you're streaming, or while you're like, why are you drawing it that way, or this and that, and then, whereas if you upload a video and make a video, you might see something that is there, or things that need to be fixed or changed, that if you were streaming you could have added to it or made a change as you were doing the drawing to make it maybe better or different or more creative. Something that I want to write about or tell a story about. As far as making a new story, I don't really have any ideas for making up a story, like some fiction or non-fiction thing. I think it would be more like I guess just talking about my life experiences and talking about how I draw or why I draw the things I do. As far as like a book, I don't have any ideas of like a story. I mean, I could just make up stuff, but I think the story would probably not make any sense, because I would end up wanting to write a book about let's say some person that goes on an adventure, and then the whole story changes and I would forget I was even writing about. Well, this is pretty random, but I think, like, when it comes to goals or setting up goals, I think that most people overestimate how much they can get done in like a week or a month or a year, and they underestimate how much they can do in like a day. But I think if you just focus on each day that you're doing something, you can get more done than trying to think about like a year from now and all that. Because if you think too far ahead, then you get caught up in the what ifs, or what if this doesn't work, or this and that, and then you don't really focus on what you're doing. Yeah, sort of like autobiography, but like it depends on the subject or what it is I'm talking about specifically. Like there's so many rules and everything they have these days for what you can talk about or that you can't talk about, that I mean, then it makes it to where, like, if somebody was to like just be themselves, or to just talk about their life, if there's so many rules about what you're allowed to talk about and what you can't talk about, then how can you truly be yourself, and like be honest about who you are, and like what you want to achieve, if like a certain things or a lot of things you're not like allowed to talk about? So then it's like you kind of like have to hold back all the time of what's on your mind, if that makes any sense. I think having a goal in mind, but just working towards it, and then like as I'm achieving that goal, just trying different things in different ways, seeing what works, kind of experimenting with it and seeing what works for me. Like say I'm wanting to do a doodle or a drawing, right? Like before I started using rotring isographs, I was like, well, how should I draw with this? Should I draw with it more upright, like try to be precise? Should I be more scribbly? Instead of just overthinking about it and trying to make plans, I just draw it, and whatever technique I end up doing, if it's working, I continue doing that, and just work on that. Like right now, the technique I'm using is kind of just, because the nib of this pen is so thin, I can kind of just take the pen, as you can see, and just scribble back and forth, and I can create a lot of detail even though it's kind of scribbly. How do I see the self? What defines it? I think self be, I think the idea of self is more like it's like the combination of your life experiences and everything that's happened, that through those experiences you build up this image in your mind, or this idea, or this perception of who you are, depending on what's happened in life and things that have happened. It's kind of like the story people tell themselves of the judgment and ideas other people have for them. So if they go to meet somebody, or they go to hang out with somebody or make a new friend, they have these ideas in their head of what they think that people think of them that might not even be true. So I think the self, I think a lot of it is just, for a lot of people, too much of it is this idea, this expression of what we perceive people to think about us that actually might not even be true, or overanalyzing or overthinking about what people might actually think of us, that people don't even think. Like, everybody's kind of doing their own thing. They don't really have time to spend a lot of time thinking about these things that you worry about. Like you might worry about what people think of a certain interest that you have, or a hobby or whatever, when you're just overthinking it, and the entire time no one actually ever even has any opinion on it. It's kind of like if you want to draw a certain way or make something a certain style, and you start thinking about, oh, I should draw it this way. I don't know, maybe people are going to like it, or they won't, or they won't think, and it's like let's say somebody that just spends, like, maybe there's somebody that spends a lot of time doing something, and then they're always worried about the opinions of everybody else, and yet no one even says anything about it. It's just mostly in their head. I think it will be on maybe a different level. It's like, I think of the self in a combination between the first person and like the third person view of, like, say if you have a certain thought about who you are and where you're at in life, I try to look at it from the first person view, or maybe from a perspective that is outside of just what I think someone else thinks, and seeing it as an interaction between me and someone else. Like let's say I'm talking to someone, instead of just seeing it as what the other person perceives, I would imagine the situation of my thoughts and what I know or what I think from a point of view that another person, like another spectator, a person is seeing of the interaction between me and someone else, and then kind of combining that with the first person perspective. So it's like looking at the self from the outside view that isn't obscured or obstructed by the opinion of someone else that might make you try to be a certain way, or act a certain way, but also not from a biased point of view that is the first person, without having the consideration of the external. But at the same time, focusing on like what it is that you want. Kind of a bit of both in a way, but not so much really kind of what would it be, a second person view, like the opinions of others. It's more like, as I said, the idea or thought of seeing it from another spectator. Anger. I think let's see here. Am I more introspective when I'm happy or angry? I think that when I'm happy, maybe sometimes I don't look at the possible outcomes that aren't only positive, like, but I think if I'm just angry, I look at all the different angles, and then I try to, like, I'll balance more of the perspective or thoughts of things that would be considered negative, but like right now while I'm drawing, I don't even remember most of what I've even talked about. I'm just saying whatever comes to my mind. And I probably won't remember most of what I've said. I think maybe that's another rock-looking leaf thingy, whatever it is. Yeah, I think I'm going for a record. I think I don't know how long I'm gonna stream. I'm just gonna keep streaming until the point that I don't know. To the point I just don't want to stream anymore today. I don't know the longest. I think I know I've done a couple of streams that were 6 hours before, but during those I was only drawing. I did no talking. If I could travel through time, would you go to the past or future? I think I would. Well, the way I see that is that, let's say if you were to travel to the future, you would also be going to the past because if you look to the future, you can get a perception, an idea, the possibilities and the things that happened in the past between that time. So let's say if I was to travel to the future 1 year from now, and I was to see where I'm at or what's happening, then that would already give me an idea or everything that's happened in the past or the future from 1 year from now. But so in a way, traveling to the future is also looking at the past, because if you travel to the future, you are also going to be understanding and seeing the perception of what's happened in the past before that future. So traveling to the future would be a combination of both, but traveling to the past would sort of be the same way, but inverted, to where you'd still be seeing the future, but it's the present. So traveling to the future would be like seeing the future in the present, but also a combination of the past, whereas traveling to the past would be looking back to see what you could change, maybe, if you could. But would you be traveling to a time that was before you were alive, or just another time in your life? Because if it was just another time in my life and I'd only perceived it and seen it, but I couldn't change anything, then that really wouldn't do much because I could just think about it. It'd be the same as traveling there without having any effect. And these gnats won't go away. If that makes any sense. So if I could travel to the past, the time that I existed in, I think if it was only the timeline of my life of where I existed in, and it wasn't a time before I was alive, I would probably rather travel to the future. But at the same time, like let's say if you were to travel to the future, I think the idea of traveling to the future would give the perception that you would not have free will, I think. Like, let's say if you travel to the future, what future would it be? Because there's multiple paths and directions that could happen from now. Because each choice and interaction that every person makes has like a domino effect between everybody else. So there would be so many different future options. Like, if I was to choose right now to make the line here first, or if I was to make the line here first, that could change the entire drawing. Like, because I did that or that line, it might change to where I'm like, oh hey, maybe I want to draw this here because I drew that line there last, and I see that I want to make an area here to fill out. Like, there's so many different directions that if you were to travel in the future, then that would mean that the timeline of life and like time travel or going to the past or future would mean that like free will wouldn't exist, or that the choices you make don't affect the future or the past because there's only one direction. As I said, there would have to be multiple paths and different outcomes in the future. In the future, I can meet my older self. It's kind of like how I said that if you did, which older self would it be? Like right now, would it be older self if I made the choice to keep drawing? Or what if I gave up? Or what if I decided to just do powerlifting? There would be like so many different options of different future scenarios and possibilities. Potential. So if that was the case, that would mean that the future would be determined, so predictable. So if it's determined and predictable, then that would mean I would see the future of the choices I'm making now, which means there wouldn't be any other outcome. I think if that was the case and I knew the outcome, if nothing I did would change the outcome of the future, and it still relive that life again, I think it would be boring then, unless it was like I could see the future, then make actions to change because I learned from it and knew that the actions or choices I was making. You could later learn to tune to the many streams and calculate the potentials. I think that would what's the word? Omnipotent? Or I think that's the right word. If I could see and know all the outcomes. I wonder what life would be like if you knew the outcome of like every choice that you made. Like, would it flash like in front of you, or like you just maybe to like download it to your brain, just know the entire future of everything. I think if there was, then with the senses that I have, if I have no way of sensing them or entering them in any way, physically, mentally, or anything, then it wouldn't like it wouldn't matter. It's kind of like if let's say if there was like two universes and the only way to travel to one universe to the other one is to travel through space and time, but space and time only exist in those two universes, and what's between them is the inverse and the opposite, which means that there's no way to travel between the two. I guess the idea that I could think to explain that is like, imagine fish in one pond and fish in another pond. The fish can't travel from one pond to another one because they were limited with their senses. They can only swim in water. So being that they can only swim in water, the space between them, which is the land, they can't travel through. So with what they have in their senses, they have no way of getting to the other, well, dimension or pond. And so therefore, even if the pond existed, if you were to tell them of that other pond, they would have no way of getting there. Unless like all the like laws of physics and everything were different, but then if it was, then I guess they wouldn't be able to exist there. Like if I existed on a different like in a different universe with completely different physics and everything, a different like if everything was, I don't know, like nitrogen based or something rather than carbon, then my physical body wouldn't be able to exist there. Like I wouldn't be able to exist on Mercury or disappear. So other realms, I would have no way of perceiving it. Like, it's kind of like if the only existence that a fish knew was the existence of its life in a pond. It knew nothing else outside of that. And for it to know something outside of that, it would have to have different senses, which would mean it would no longer even be a fish. So I think that then those laws of nature, like, how do I put it? It's kind of like how, for me to perceive or know what it's like to exist in a vacuum of space with no light in sub-zero temperature, I have no way of experiencing that because there's no way that my physical body or anything could be able to like survive that, obviously. I'm a person dreaming that you're a fish. Well, I think the only way that's possible is because of the fact that we can see fish and we've already seen them. So our perception of seeing that, we're already able to construct the idea of it. But if there's something that we've never seen before that isn't with our senses, and there's no way to know or experience it. Kind of like, let's say, like night vision goggles. Before night vision goggles existed, we couldn't see things in night vision. It was only possible once we invented that to then be able to see that through those senses, if that makes any sense. I'm not sure how to explain that. Like, I mean, I think that makes sense, maybe. Maybe not. maybe maybe everything I said makes no sense at all. Yeah. This is a weird looking doodle. It looks like a giant star sort of in the center. Well, it looks like a star, sort of. Gotta stretch my fingers. Ooh, yeah. Oh, I had an idea. I think, like, what if you woke up as, like, you're reborn and you're an animal? What is it they call, like, I forget the name of it. It's where you, like, live again as an animal or something. But I think that, like, if you, like, let's say if you have the mind of a human or a person, but you were to be, like, relive again as an animal, you would have the mind of an animal, but you wouldn't have the cognitive ability to be aware of the existence of, or, like, the consciousness of like, people or what they experience. So you would kind of just be, like, on autopilot, I guess, just trying to survive. Like, if I was lived and I was, like, I don't know, reborn again or something, and I was a cat. I would just, yeah, reincarnation. I think, like, if I was, then my cognitive ability would be different. Like, I think the conscious awareness or the cognitive ability of the cat would be different, to where I wouldn't be able to perceive a lot of the things that people think about. Just because of, like, basic survival stuff, maybe. So, what if I was a butterfly dreaming I was a man? Well, I think, like, the only way that would be possible is if you already existed as a human to understand the perception of that. Like, say, for example, if you had, like, humans, for example, that the only thing we know of existence or, like, living life is through our existence. So if there's, like, say, an alien species that's, like, thousands of years ahead of us, we have no way of, like, knowing what they experience because they're so far ahead. But they have the ability to know what we experience because they could, like, maybe study us and all that. Same with how, like, people can study animals, and we have a much better understanding of knowing what they're thinking because of more advanced technology. So I think that it's kind of like us. We wouldn't know what some alien civilization experiences or thinks because they're like way more advanced. I think, if that makes any sense. But it's kind of like, let's say if like, let's say something happens and I don't know about it or I don't perceive of it, then does that mean, I think it's the saying about how they say, what is it? If a tree falls in a forest
and you're not there to hear it, does it make a sound? I think, how did I answer that? Because I read that before a long time ago, and they said the answer is yes. But at the same time, how would you know that there's a tree that fell in the forest unless you already knew that the forest existed in the first place? So you already have to have an understanding of what a forest is, or have been there, or seen it, or heard of it, or have the senses of being able to hear sound. Like if you had no hearing, if you had no hearing, sight, physical senses, and no ability to cognitively like think of it, there would be no way to see that. Kind of like how if how do I put this? I think I was getting there, but I think I lost track of what I was saying. What if I was aware of more than the mind lets you believe? I think that would be kind of the same as like you would be limited on your perception ability to like do certain things. Like let's say if it was the same as if someone was physically limited by how much they could like physically lift, then like the limiting factor would be like how much they can physically do. When a tree falls in the forest, the fungi noted to consume it. I think that maybe that would be like kind of similar to like, let's say like chemicals, pheromones, hormones. It's kind of like a chemical reaction to where, like, say you mix two chemicals, it wouldn't be that the chemicals have to have like to think to react. That is due through a chemical process, but I think like the idea of a lot of things are just as things that are from the understanding or the perception that the humans have through our senses. So like if there was anything outside of that, trying to think of how we would even know if we'd be able to perceive it. Kind of like how what if like our entire existence is just like I don't know, like in a video game or whatever, or like in the whole time everybody's been trying to figure all these things out, but we have no way of like knowing because I guess our senses limit us. Yeah, I think there was it like savants. I think it had something to do with like it had like an injury, or let's say they might not have had skills at something else, but they were like exceptional at something else instead. That's kind of like you'd be taking away one thing and then adding another thing. Like it's similar to like how if someone was to only focus on powerlifting, they would be a lot better at that than someone that did powerlifting and bodybuilding, because they would have more training in that and more experience. I guess the same as, let's say, somebody that does drawing for like 30 years, they would have hand and eye coordination, muscle memory, and everything that is just automatic from doing it so long. Whereas somebody that's never drawn before, they might have these ideas for it, but they might not be able to put it on the paper because they don't have the hand and eye coordination or the muscle memory to like draw it accurately of what they're thinking. But I think that if, like, let's say if somebody could perceive something that's there that other people don't see, then if they told them about it, and let's say that person's senses and ability and everything they had no way of perceiving it, and it had no effect on them in any way, then it wouldn't matter if they knew or not, if it didn't affect them. It's kind of like if, I'm trying to think of an example. Like, let's say there's something that exists outside of the universe that has no effect on me. It wouldn't matter if I could perceive it or not, or if somebody told me about it. Because if I had no way of understanding it, like, if somebody explained it to me in a language I didn't understand about something outside of the universe, like, you would already be placing the idea that they would have the ability to understand the language that's being used to explain what's outside of it. So you'd already be setting up, I think you'd already be like setting up the idea, the notion that it's there. Like, I guess the opposite would be like saying, how do you, like say for example, how do you know anything exists if everything only exists because of our senses? Or what if actually nothing exists and like everything is just an illusion? I don't know. That's kind of backwards, isn't it? I think like yeah, it's like let's say if somebody speaks a completely different language to me, and like let's say you have somebody that like say an alien civilization, and they meet some civilization from 1,000 years ago. They speak completely different languages. It wouldn't matter if the aliens told them something, if the only way for those people to understand that is if they themselves were the alien. So it wouldn't have mattered if they were told that, because there's no way for them to understand it. Like one of these gnats won't go away. It could be. But then again, I think, like, let's say if perception is whatever you see it to be or whatever you make it to be, then let's say, how do I put this? Like, let's say when you go to sleep and wake up, the only reason you know that you're awake, is because of prior experiences of like life before going to sleep. But you actually have no way of really knowing 100% if, like, when you wake up, that you're just not reliving the same day over and over. But the only way you really know is through experiences, if that makes sense. So like let's say like you woke up one day. Like, what if every day you wake up you're actually just a different person? That would be really weird. I don't know. That'd be strange. Like, what if you just woke up one day and you were like someone else, but you had no memory of what you were before? I guess that would be similar to reincarnation. But would it even matter if you had no memory of what you were before and you woke up as a different person? Would you be a different person then? Because if you have no memory of what you were before, what you are is your memories. So if you have no memories, would you or wouldn't you be a different person? Kind of like if you, like, say you build a computer, is the computer like the physical parts of the computer? Like, let's say I build a computer, the hard drive and all that stuff. But then I erase the computer's memory in the hard drive and put a different hard drive in it. Or let's say I just erase the memory in the computer. Would it still be the same computer? Or is it a different computer because I erased the memory of it? Well, I mean, it would be the same computer, like, but it wouldn't have any memory of what it was before. But the only way to know that if it was or wasn't the same computer is from an outside perspective. My perception of seeing that I changed it or like erased it. This is a scribbly doodle. I'm packing a lot of contrast. Oh. It is now going on almost 2 o'clock. Have I hit 6 hours streaming yet? I don't know. I haven't even looked. I've just been talking and doodling. As a data eraser just fragmented to a point that access is very hard to gain. Let me think here. So I think it would go both ways though. Like, let's say for example, if, like, let's say what one person experiences, is that true, or what is another person experiences true? Like, let's say if you ask somebody what is the best color, from one person's experience they might say red, another person might say blue, but which one is correct? Or let's say one person says, like, let's say they have like memories or experiences or something, but another person says they had those same experiences, they explain them the same way, but the other person perceives it and sees it as just dreams, whereas the other person sees it as more. Does, like, which one would be right? But like, both are right though. Like, say for example, if one person said, what is the best food to eat? Or what is the best tasting food? For that person, their sense is, for them, a certain food is the best. For another person, another food is the best. And if you were to ask which one is the correct, both are correct, because the experience for that person is that. So I think for both and for either, neither is right or wrong. Like, if you were to ask two different artists, what is the best thing to draw? One might say abstract, one might say realism, but it would depend on the person you're asking. Both can be right and wrong, or neither, or neutral. It's kind of like I always said, what was it earlier I said about like a favorite? Like, if I'm asked, like, what is your favorite food, or what's your favorite thing to draw, it all depends, like, in that moment, or what's going on. I think that makes, yeah. Or like say for example, if what if they're both standing outside one day? So, well, for that, like for example, like you would already be setting up the answer before the. You would already be setting up the answer for the question. Like say for example, it would be the same as like if we added on to that. It said, what if both were standing and sitting outside and inside during the day and at night? Is it daylight or nighttime? Kind of like if does that make any sense? It's kind of here's an example. Let's say it depends on where you're at. Like if you were to ask somebody one side of the world what time is it? Let's say they say it's 2 p.m. You ask another person, you call them, and that person says it's 2 a.m. And you call another person, they say it's 4 a.m. Another person says 5 p.m. This depends on where they're at. For them, it's that time. But for us to have that, we already have been like let's say if you were to ask somebody, what does a dog look like, or what does a tree look like? We might draw it differently, explain it differently, but we know that and see that from what we've already seen. If that makes any sense. Like but if both are standing outside and one says it's day and the other say night, neither is right or wrong, like, because you would already be setting it up as they're both outside. Because what if, like, the person's perception of their outside is actually just what they think is outside and they're actually inside? Kind of like if, like, let's say you are on a small island, your entire perception, you've never been off the island, you've never been outside of the island, you've never seen anything outside of that, so your entire perception is that the island is the whole world and there's nothing, like, you have the idea of traveling beyond that, but you can't comprehend what would be out there. Whereas somebody else that's already been to like multiple continents, all that, but never studied anything beyond that, would want to study more, but they wouldn't be able to see from a different view. So like if you had somebody that went to multiple planets, I think they would think the person that lives on an island was never outside of it. They would definitely have different views of everything from their experiences. Yeah, it's kind of like, what is it? I think like a lot of it or some of it is, like you said, the survival. Like, it's just in DNA, like say the flight or fight response of like adrenaline or something. That can just like be genetic for a certain scenario. It's kind of like it's kind of a documentary I watched one time that was talking about like what is right or wrong. Always changes depending on the view of either the majority or the majority of those that like, or the rulers. Like let's say what we perceive as strange or normal or anything now is different 10 years ago or 100 years ago or 1,000 years ago.
or it'll be different like 10 years from now or 50 years from now. Like what everybody on average sees as normal now, and let's say 100 years, people look back and think that everybody was strange for like being that way in the past. Kind of like if you look back 500 years ago, you think, well, why didn't they just do this way? Or like, I guess one example is like, let's say you're trying to figure out something, and then you figure it out, and then it was something so simple, but you just never thought of it. Yeah, I think a lot of times, maybe, like, let's see, maybe like a lot of people might have certain thoughts about things, but it's only maybe because of agreed upon thoughts that other people have. Like let's say somebody might have a new idea or thought about something that's different than what everybody else is thinking about, and everybody might think that person's strange. Yeah, like now, those that are like 80 years old, I have a hard time connecting to people that are like 20. Peter Charles versus Kim Jong-il. Are you asking me what I think or who I think is better, or oh, yeah. How about a combination between, let's see, Hieronymus Bosch and Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo. All three of them combined to make one work of art. I'm trying to think if it would be better if they did a sculpture or painting, but I think, what if it was a sculpture and a painting? Or maybe a sculpture that they all sculpt it and then paint it to make it look realistic. I don't know. What do you think? Yeah, CGI. You know what? I noticed in a lot of like video games. I think like the digital art. I see a lot of for stuff they do for like posters for video games, stuff like that. I noticed a lot of the same like brush strokes. It looks like this watercolor like brush stroke they use for a lot of designing of stuff in video games, like I've seen in Diablo and StarCraft and everything. 1 second, I'm gonna stretch real quick again. I'll be back in like 30 seconds or 1 minute. I got myself some cashews here. Don't got many left though. One second. I'm gonna stretch real quick. I actually want to get these. Hello everyone, I'm back again. I think this drawing is like, I don't know, maybe 90% done. I'm still gonna do another one after this though. We got Bob Ross over here. This is Bob Ross. I tried to make it look like him the best I could.
If I could have a superpower or magic ability, what would it be? What is the one everybody says? Unlimited superpowers. Is that one? Does that count? My superpower would be unlimited superpowers. But if I actually had to pick one, let me see here. Let me think here. Let's see, super strength, super speed. Well, if you can teleport, what is that compared to super speed? Like, if you can teleport, would it take time? But if it doesn't take time, then what difference is there between that and like unlimited speed? Of like ability to move, which is kind of the same thing, I think. But if you had unlimited strength, then technically, if you had unlimited strength, you would then be able to create enough force to move at any speed, or unlimited speed. So, having unlimited speed would be the same thing as having unlimited strength, because force is mass. It's technically a way that's both the same thing. Maybe I would pick I don't know. I'm not really sure. How about the ability to just get better at drawing? my superpower would be drawing, I guess. Just drawing. If I made the perfect doodle, would you doodle again? Yeah. Is the perfect doodle just a piece of paper where every bit of fiber and everything is just the whole thing's just black ink on the whole page? I think that would be the perfect doodle, right? It would cover everything. There'd be nothing left. It's either a page fully covered with ink, everything, it is just purely ink, or an empty page. I think the perfect doodle is a blank page. You know why? because you can always add more. I think it would be like, what is it? Those things like people wear. It's like the VR headset for drawing. I think technically you could Doodle in 3D just by drawing on a circle. No? Well, I guess. I mean, if you did a drawing on a sculpture, that would be 3D. Wouldn't it? It could be. Life could all just be the number 42. The whole meaning of life is number 42. What was that from? Was that from? I think it was from a movie or a book. Possible. What if you zoomed in and you just found unlimited more area to fill in and draw? Just could never fill a drawing in. Well, I guess there would be a point that you never could anymore if you're still drawing with ink because of the size of the molecules of the ink and everything. I can't believe I've been working on this drawing for this long. I feel like I've gotten not that much done. The same, I don't know. It's because this pen, the lines are so thin. I feel like I need to take a nap or something. Or just like lay down for a minute. What if our whole life is a book? What if our whole life is a book? And when we think of memories, we're just reading them. We're reading the pages. My neck is so tensed up. Oh. Let me check, see how long I've been streaming right now. Let me go to my channel. Almost 6 hours already. You ever been like working and drawing so long for such an extended period of time? It's like not anxiety, but you feel like restless leg syndrome in your whole body because like you want to lay down or do something, but you want to keep drawing, but at the same time you don't want to stop drawing, but you're hungry or you gotta like do something. I think I might go lay down for a little bit, like sleep or do something once I get to 6 hours in the stream. So I think maybe 15 or 20 minutes. And then maybe next week I'll try to go for like a 12-hour stream. But if I do that, I don't know. You know what? Maybe what I can do is continue doing the stream, but just lay down for 10 minutes, here in 15 minutes, and then draw for like an hour or whatever, and then take a 10-minute break, and then just keep drawing. What do you think of that? I don't know. I wonder, like, maybe people not like realize that, like, if they don't like click on the stream and like go to the review, they might think I'm like not coming back or something. Happens every time. Every time we have to look at our paycheck, our pay bills. It speaks to us and changes everything. Here in a few minutes I'll probably lay down for like 10 minutes, but I'll keep the stream up. I'll just like lay down for 10 minutes. The aliens are they're an electric bill. They alter our mood. We look at it and question, how is it possible that my electric bill is that high? I wasn't even home. One time they tried to charge me for my electric bill like $100 some, and I wasn't even home the entire month. I was like what month was this for? because I was spent like I was working a lot, and then after work I was at the time was a person I was friends with. I spent my entire time there, and they were having like health problems and stuff, so kind of like helped watching them. And I was never home. Like I only went home to sleep, and I didn't even turn any lights on. Like I would like go home, nothing was on. And then I had electric bill was like 3 times as much as normal. I'm like, well, that's weird. I'll be right back in like maybe 10 minutes.